All right. Are people still working on the blog post, or can I move forward with publishing it?
I think you can move forward. I made some changes like 10, 15 minutes ago.
Give me 5. I was finishing reading the problems encountered.
All right, I'll make some coffee and then I'll go forward and publish it. I'll make a blog post, make a merge request on dev before actually pushing it to master, but I don't want to have a lot of time in between. Thanks, Valo. By the way, we're live now, so there's quite a few people watching. There's a chat going on, so you can always have a look there.
Hello, everybody from YouTube. Welcome. Please watch along, and we'll see how we can solve this. Thank you very much for your patience.
It's 1,400 people on the stream. We are getting popular.
So, Pablo, can you give us an update for the YouTube watchers?
Not much. We're just waiting for data to copy. That's it. That's pretty much it. Nothing we can do now, sadly.
Pretty clear to me.
Pablo, you looked over the blog post?
It's done. You can.
All right. I'll move forward to publishing.
210 out of 312. So we're 2/3 in.
The dev repository is way behind on the .com one, so it's hybrid based. So it's taking a very long time to push.
Yeah, tell me when you do it. I will check if we can successfully deploy about gitlab.com.
Yeah, I'm now pushing the branch. So I'll just create a merge request.
We can pull the data from the NFS disk if we need to. Like the data repository is there and everything. So did you push the master already, or shall I sync it?
No, so I'm just pushing a feature branch now to dev.
All right.
Do you have quite recent master? You will not overwrite something else?
No, I have a very recent one, but it's taking a very, very, very long time. So
I'll pull the data from from production and push it to master.
Great. So I'll cancel my push.
Let's hope I don't have to run sudo for this. Ha ha ha. Let's see, what is that again? Oh, now I have to figure out which shard it's. We can pull that full. No, wait, staging is. Boy. This will be fun. And let's see. Let's see, I am on the right host. Yes.
Yorick, should we pull the webhooks database again?
So John said he had a backup of it.
He was copying it, yes, but it's in a host that I don't have access to.
So on the production host, there is a mount point, which cluster.
Just want to be sure that we have it.
There's a mounted op DB meltdown. I suspect that might be it, but I'm pretty sure that we have it somewhere, and it's still on the DB1 staging host. We need it.
Yeah. But what I was saying is that should we pull it just to be sure that we have it when we have the actual database pulled in?
Once we have the DB, we yeah, probably. I shouldn't do that now because it might slow down the transfer.
Fair.
I'm trying to figure out what shard the data is on. Boy. Guess.
Let's try to script what we need to do with the restore procedure. Set 100 more gigs to go.
Zero disks. Go faster. Guess one of the next things to do is also move staging to the ARM environment.
Yeah.
We'll get that on Google Cloud as soon as possible, but that might complicate the synchronization process.
One thing at a time. I'm tweeting.
So 100 gigs to go. What is the time limit on that approximately?
So we started at 2 a.m. It was 10 hours to get 2/3. Therefore, it's going to be 5 more hours to get the data. Just the data. Doesn't mean that it's restored.
I guess that goes at 99.9% uptime. Maybe that's a little bit too soon.
But the down page returns 200.
Oh yeah, wait, so we have a perfect uptime. Brilliant. I can't find a shard.
What are you looking for?
I'm trying to figure out what shards our repositories are stored on. But maybe I'm using the wrong direction or something. Let me see. Restore that again. Repository storage. Oh wait, I have still the old database. Damn it. Well, staging is not running, so we cannot check there. Let's see. Oh. Bastion select. Oh, wait, that's on the record, of course. Jesus. There we go. I forgot that in the Git directories there's a subdirectory called repositories, and that's where the data is. That's why I couldn't find it. Okay. Where do you live? chart 3. Let's see. So we take that. We Gitlab colon git. We copy that.
I will just jump into the shower. We'll be right back.
All right.
Make sure your video stays off.
Yeah, thanks for the tip.
That will be a very transparent status update.
Yeah, the YouTube viewers will grow suddenly a lot if you.
I highly doubt. I think everybody will leave, but yeah.
As human as it gets.
Oh, of course, that's fine. Okay.
It sounds like the most popular suggestion is to make GitLab great again.
If only it was that easy. Anyway, I have my GitLab column repo copy. I'm going to figure out how I can best probably just clone that locally. I know the IP, because otherwise I'll get a different host again. What's the worker? Host name. Worker 10.
Pablo, people are asking, why does it take so long? Why only 6 megabytes per second?
Right, so the disk the staging database runs on is not an SSD. So we're basically capped by how fast that disk can read data, which is significantly less than our production database.
So the staging database is basically a cheap machine, and it has slow drives, as Eric is pointing out. So we're going as fast as that allows us to go.
Well, if someone has any suggestions, as in how to make this go faster, please pop it up in the comments.
Yeah, but it's a provider limitation.
I so hate the SSH URLs you have to use for Git. Like instead of user at host colon path, it has to be user at host and then the path, and it has to start with a slash. Otherwise, it just doesn't understand it. But anyway, I'm cloning the website locally, and I'll push it to DevMaster once I have it. Let's see, DevGitlab. Last master 2 months ago. Yeah, that needs some updating. Alrighty.
I think you can get pretty drunk after this, Yuri. There's so many people offering you beers.
Oh, It's a bit of a shame. I don't really drink beer that much. People offer me like Earl Grey tea, I will be all over it. Or red wine. Red wine is also fine. Right, clone done. Let's see. Remote. Push. Let's see what's the best way of doing this. Just push all of it. Push. Def. No, push set. Stream dependency. That fails. That's interesting. January 31st. Let's see. Guess I'll just force push. Push. Not that much because remote contains what we do not block. Okay, it's pushing to master. Alrighty. Master is up to date. Push def text. Let's get out of state as well. So there. Yep, you should be able to rebase from def master now.
Thanks, Jordan.
I guess times like this, it's kind of nice that Git is distributed. It's also easy for databases.
Oops, we can hit right because it depends on RGC that is on gitlab.com.
So it depends on what that's in GitLab.
It is using registry from gitlab.com, not from that, so we can't build the page.
Okay.
That's funny.
Convenient.
Okay, we can fix that.
Oh, okay. I got a text message from my provider starting with, "It's a bit silent from your end." Blah, blah, blah. It's like, yes, it's a bit silent. Deal with a board of stuff here.
This is the day when we figure out that we have a couple of things like the coupled around. Like
The couple. I mean, a list of work just got bigger.
So can we do at all a deploy from dev to about or not at all?
We can, just give me a few minutes. Very good.
Alright.
You update GitLab in this.
a couple of detours.
So there's a merge request for the blog post there. You can still provide comments until Camille does his magic.
Hold on, let me see what the URL was. Zoom phone. Oh, Camille, you want GitLab build images synced with GitLab.com?
With dev. GitLab built images sync with dev. GitLab or GitLab.
Wait. So you want to push the dev GitLab repo to GitLab.com or the other way around?
Now, just sync what is on GitLab.com to dev.gitlab.org.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Or maybe it is not needed. I will just try to change repo to that. Because I see that there are index.
Should be possible. Give me a sec.
Okay, I did push updated YAML file to your branch.
Hold on.
Great, thanks.
Let's see. These moved Anyway, let's see. Gitlab build images. Where are you? Probably grab this. Found it. Okie dokie. It's called.
So if I merge the mail, it will just deploy.
Yes.
All right.
I see that this is building now.
Great.
Okay, I have the build images. Do you still want me to push them to death?
You can push them. It seems that it's working, but it doesn't hurt us if you push.
I sent a merge request to merge when the pipeline succeeds.
Commit a month ago. Last commit I have also a month ago. I think dev is up to date, but we'll see. Dev. Push dev master. Yeah, dev is up to date. Well, I guess at least I got some extra Twitter followers out of this. Not sure if that's the best way to grow your Twitter audience, but
It seems the page is building. Build the path. So right now we are just waiting.
Awesome. Thanks, Korea.
It should be working.
Build failed.
Try to do some DNS problem. I see that sure build the path, but it has an upload artifacts, and we just go ahead and accept.
Can't hear you well, Camille.
It failed pushing artifacts. I think that's what Camille was trying to say.
Yes, I'm seeing also that we don't have deploy job configured for this repo. So I will have to fix GitLab serial.
You got at least one marriage proposal.
What? That's kind of, yeah, what you say? Slightly awkward.
You say interesting.
So you're considering it?
No, I think my girlfriend would murder me.
ETA is something like 5 hours for the rsync job, right?
Yeah, let me check how far it is now. It's a little bit hard to read on my.
We are 2/3 in, a little bit over that, and it took 10 hours. So yes, 5 hours is the ATA to get the data.
Right.
And then restoring service altogether, another hour or so.
Hard to tell.
So if, like, in the ideal case, you have your, like for example, for staging when we sync it, once the data is on the actual disk, PostgreSQL takes about 5 minutes to start up and load the data. But this assumes that will work fine.
All right. At least 5 hours will be the message. Six.
Go for 6.
Yeah.
There's something we need to craft a little bit, which is the restoring the webhooks. I don't have an ATA for that.
Man, spammers are everywhere. We got spam in the comments. Unbelievable.
It's a great way to market your products, because you know.
I've been removing spammers like crazy, but it's hard to keep up.
Yeah, it's funny. We had the same problem yesterday with Gitlab.com.
Yeah, that's why I was.
For the last week, we had the problem for the last week. Yesterday, it became a real problem.
Amongst the others.
Yeah, amongst many problems.
the YouTube comments are going really, really down in quality, really, really fast. I can't keep up with blocking people and removing messages. It's incredible.
That's like the universal thing when you enable comments somewhere. It's like I think there's also sort of like a theory that I forgot what it's called, but it basically states it's sort of like a certain time period until comments change from like regular comments to what was it again? I think stuff related to Nazis or whatever. And it's like based on the observation that it usually like comments get increasingly more questionable, so to speak. I forgot what it was called. See if I can find it. Oh yeah, Godwin's law. That's it. Which states that as an online discussion grows longer, the probability of a comparison involving Hitler approaches 1. I don't think we'd reach that, but
I love that there's still a lot of people in chat actually replying immediately. Godwin's law came by 6 times before you even mentioned it.
oh, right. Yeah, I looked at it briefly, but it passed so quickly.
So to those people listening, I'm doing my best to remove the spammers, but I can only do it so much. And the moderation tools of YouTube are not very good.
Well, while we're here waiting, if someone has any questions, we're here to answer.
Yeah, YouTube, if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
We got 5 hours-ish to answer that, so fire it up.
They want to know, right?
So, would you rather fight 100 duck-sized horses or 1 horse-sized duck?
I knew that question was probably going to come up.
It's like the first proper question.
I don't know, like horses have hooves, which are pretty painful, but ducks are like exceptionally mean animals.
I would never want to fight an animal that's so big. It's really hard. It's easier to fight the little parts, right?
Hey, well, if it's a duck, you just punch it in the face, but.
Right. Yeah, people are asking who is in the recovery team. Everyone that's able to help. What else? Why is rsync so slow? It's because it's from a slow disk on our staging server, and we can't speed that up. What changes are we going to make in the future to safeguard against this problem from happening a second time? We'll write a whole blog about it with everything we will do.
We have to go from post-mortem to exactly identify what all the problems were, and then we need to decide what are we going to be doing. But we first need to understand exactly what happened.
What will happen to the guy that caused this? That guy, or it could have been a girl, will continue doing a great job. Who is in the recovery team?
It's one of us.
It's one of us, yeah. Who is in the recovery team? Everyone in this stream and everyone able and willing to help at Gitlab. Would you kill a puppy for $10 billion? That's probably not a good idea to kill anything or anyone. Someone says multiple times, you should start duplicating the already synced data to a nearby server for a quick restore in case you make mistakes with the rsync data once done and have to rsync again from the slow server.
There's an issue for that in the document. The first element we're going to do is we're going to actually perform a snapshot of the drive, the whole drive, or tree, or a lot.
There you go. So they want us to introduce themselves. I'm Job, the VP of product. Pablo, introduce yourself.
I'm Pablo, the lead of infrastructure.
Daniel. Daniel's not introducing himself.
Oh, sorry.
You have to introduce yourself to the YouTubes.
Hi, I'm Daniele. Nice to meet you.
Jorik.
And I have a question for you, actually. Why did you see a question before me on YouTube?
Because I am a magical power administrator.
Damn.
Gitlab.com runs on Azure. We don't use our own hardware. Were we expecting this many viewers? No, we just, right before we put up the stream, we came with the idea to make this a stream.
I wasn't expecting to have this morning, actually.
Someone is asking, GitLab, are you going to start hiring non-programmers to do operation stuff? People whose jobs are to ensure stuff like this happen. Well, that's all the people in the call except for me.
It's tricky. It's tricky to talk about that because operations or production engineering has both components, both systems engineering and development. In fact, if this was completely automated, as in a programmer automated it out, this would have not happened, right?
It's also worth mentioning that the production engineers, they generally focus a bit more on the infrastructure side of things, opposed to like regular developers who primarily spend their time basically producing code. So we already sort of have that, but I think we could definitely use more people, as always.
We are hiring, by the way.
Yeah, we are hiring. So if you go to our website, the one that works, about.gitlab.com/jobs, you can find all the positions that we're hiring for. Also, if you ask questions, I speak only 3 languages, but preferably English.
Someone asked, where are we based? I'm based in Italy.
I'm in Portugal, in Lisbon. Pablo is in Spain. Jorik is in the Netherlands. We have Camille on the call, who's in Poland. CJ, who's in the Netherlands. John in the US. Tone in Belgium.
The US side of things was doing this pretty much overnight. Now they're sleeping, which is one of the benefits of having a distributed company, that we can hand it off.
So someone asks Jorik, what was going on when the incident occurred? Is it common to remove databases?
Yeah, there's another related question. Somebody asked why you couldn't promote a replica. The main problem at that point in time was that the replica we had was not behaving well. It was lagging behind in replication, and at some point just refused to replicate altogether because if I remember correctly, at that point the replica was informed of having to perform certain work that underlying data was already gone. And this can happen in PostgreSQL if write-ahead logs are not kept around long enough, I believe. Normally this only happens when a replica lags behind quite a bit. So what you do in that case is you can either set up a new replica or try to make the existing one work. We chose to set up basically a new one because we couldn't get it to work. But to do that, you need to make sure that the PostgreSQL data directory is empty, because PostgreSQL will not replicate or at least not replicate the initial set into an existing directory. So you remove it, and then you or name it or whatever, and then you start a replication again. And this particular process of removing was executed on the wrong host.
Okay, gitlab.com deployed.
I just want to give some answers for. I do see like a lot going on about the question why it is actually so slow. Well, basically the point is that recovering from staging is not something that we were actually planning, right? I mean, staging is just for staging, and we normally have like backups and stuff like that to cover our asses. Well, that went terribly wrong. That's why we actually are falling back to our staging environment, which is on purpose on really slow hardware. And that actually means that we are using the cheapest disks there to actually, get some work done. But it's so slow that the copy itself will actually take forever.
It's also worth mentioning that the staging environment runs in a separate Azure region, which also means that probably the transfer is further potential at least limited by that. And normally, normally running staging and production in separate, at least separate networks or maybe regions is not that bad of an idea, except when you need to, in this case, recover data from one environment to the other one.
So thanks, Camille, for putting the blog post on the website. If you're listening to this, I posted the link in the YouTube chat as well. Doing it again now. Have a second read to make sure that everything looks good. I see that there's already one graph that is broken, so we'll have to fix that.
That's another question I see Flight has. How many databases were used for production? We have one primary and one replica. And the replica was on the hot standby. And there the plan was, that's one of the things that I was working on, was setting up a sort of setup where we can more easily have multiple replicas where we can balance load and so on. For that procedure, I took the snapshot, which is the only reason we have it. But that will, that's one of the things we want to do in the future, is to have more replicas on standby, more replicas that are used for read-only queries, and then balance the load amongst all those hosts. But that will probably take another week or two, 3 maybe.
Camille, if I push to master, will it now deploy successfully?
Yes. You can just create an architecture that push to master to just do deploy.
Yeah, I'll just push directly to master because.
Okay, the only thing that we need to remember when we sync back that we got busy code, there is one commit there that enables deployment, and that we should not push back this commit.
You should not what?
We should not push back this commit to GitLab.com.
Yeah.
This is the one.
All right, I'm pushing to fix the broken image from the blog.
Are there no more questions, Joe?
I'm but a mere man. I can only do one thing at a time. Let's have a look. Someone says this is that the punishment for this happening is that Jorik will have to watch Nine Cat for 10 hours straight. That was quite an interesting.
Neon Cat.
Neon Cat.
Oh, I think if you do that, I'll probably remove more than just the database. Probably go crazy and also remove all Git repositories in the process.
So have we considered a possible failure on the disk that we are cloning from? Is the single disk, or are we copying from a RAID?
It runs an LVM stripe, but not exactly sure if the disk breaks, what will happen. I'm not sure if I want to think about that a year at this point.
It's
we have the snapshot stored on the separate disk, I think. Not sure.
So one thing I would like to mention is that it's a cloud provider disk, which doesn't mean that it's exactly one disk. It really depends on the underlying infrastructure. It's usually served by a RAID.
Yeah, exactly, and also the disk is not just one disk or a spindle. It's been a virtual layer on top of Microsoft thingy that is actually sharing the same bandwidth as the network. So whenever you buy the little tiny VMs, you see the speed. So
people keep asking about whether someone will be fired. No one will be fired. Will the container registry be affected for the repositories? I believe not.
No, container registry stored external.
No. So container registry is fine.
It's completely independent.
Have we considered using Gluster to have distributed RAID storage? I think we did, right?
Not Gluster. So we got into the world of distributed file systems again. That has little to do with this case, honestly. And I think we are kind of moving away from that, and we are moving into the world of solving the file system problems with sharding at the application level. So we're not considering using any distributed file system.
Someone says rsync is frozen. It still works here because it looked like it was freezing. Who did it? Is the person fired? No, the person is not fired. More people asking why the disks are so slow. Are we Dutch? No, we're from all over the world. I happen to be Dutch. Most people here are not. Also, if you ask a question and you preface it with @GitLab or just GitLab, it's easier for me to find your question. With the recent incident in mind, don't you think it would be considerate probably, not to allow people to push the master directly, but to code review first? Yes, you should always do this. It is not at all relevant to what happened today, but yes.
This is not about push.
No. A colleague is chatting at me, you should add an FAQ to the description, and he will write one for us. So
I second that.
Okay, so this is someone that asked this question a number of times, so we should answer it. Do we think that the incident would have been easier to restore or migrate if we were using a different cloud platform like Google Compute or AWS?
Not necessarily. Like it depends if those providers have disk snapshotting enabled by default, or even better, have it enabled without being able to disable it. So for most of our disks, or basically all of them, including the ones we store, for example, repositories on, we have disk snapshotting enabled. I don't know the interval, but it's there. For whatever reason, for the database, this is not the case. So in case of, for example, Amazon, disks are snapshotted, but I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you can disable that. But I think it's enabled by default at least. So it's not so much about the cloud provider as it is about basically what the default is in terms of snapshotting.
I don't think we can blame this into the cloud provider particularly. This is just the product of a set of decisions that led us here. It's on us.
I'll add some frequently asked questions to the description so that we don't have to keep answering those. And then we'll get back to questions. And YouTube, we cannot up the volume of the stream right now. Very sorry. Once Dimitri is back from the dentist, he will do his best to do it. So that's not a joke. Oh, while I'm writing the FAQ, you guys can argue over this. What IDE does everyone use?
There's no argument there. Everybody uses Vim. Done.
I agree.
The IDE, and I probably use this IDE or use it over time. So I basically switch IDE every day or something like that.
Somebody asked if, I think it's an interesting question, sending a disk via airplane will be faster than this restoring procedure. Well, if the disk was a physical one and we had access to it, maybe. But this is a cloud service, so it's probably not a single physical disk. The actual physical disk is probably used by multiple people or machines or whatever. And I doubt Azure is gonna, or really any cloud provider is gonna let you walk into one of the data centers with some random disk and just plug it in. Yeah, if we had a physical, like if we were doing bare metal, we had our own disks, then it might have been faster, but
What is the size of our database? People are asking.
310 gigabytes. So it's not that big, to be honest.
We are in 234 right now.
So I tried updating the description of the YouTube thing. Can someone check if it's actually there?
Let's see. Yeah, it's there.
I think so. All right. If you want additions or changes, just send them on Slack to me.
I just updated it as well, so I don't know if it was your change or mine.
Well, I added the whole FAQ. You added the description?
Yeah, I tried to get it into a card into the stream, but I haven't found out yet how. I was looking into it.
Alright, but I'm in the admin panel of the YouTube thing.
I just lay down the FAQs there and then add the link at the end. Otherwise, people won't read it.
People are asking Jorik, did you get any sleep last night?
Yeah, about 5 hours-ish, so not that much. Like I went to bed around 3 a.m. local time, and woke up at I think it was like 8 o'clock local time in the morning. And then by the time I was slowly falling asleep again, I got paged because of the production slave was lagging behind replication of the master, which I thought was a bit ironic to get paged about. Yeah, so about 5 hours.
Dimitri, don't edit the thing. My FAQ is not there, so.
Okay, I'll say of it.
Let's see.
Job, I don't see the FAQ anymore in the description. Is that correct?
Yeah, Dimitri overrode my changes. I don't know how. I don't even know how to get it back because I see it now, but there's no like submit button.
Don't you have a backup?
I have a backup. It's stored in my copy paste manager.
That's more than we had.
I don't know. I think it's limited to like 100 megabytes or something. So I wouldn't be able to have the whole database there. What do we use for monitoring paging? I know that we use PagerDuty. And for monitoring, what do we use?
Prometheus.
Of course. How many people are now at Gitlab? About 160.
You can check out the team page to see how beautiful we are.
Yeah, people are saying that the link that you shared, Dimitri, is not public, but I'm trying to just not have any links in the description. I'm trying to work that out now.
Shall I add it?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. How many projects are on gitlab.com? More than 1 million. Less than 10 million.
How many projects? Repos, you mean?
Yeah, how many projects?
1.7
like between
1.7 million. It was 1.7 something last time I checked, which was last week.
So someone is saying, rethinking that whole swearing off the cloud. Actually, we decided to not move away from the cloud because we figured out it was too hard and too much work.
There's a blog post that is gonna go out on that one.
Someone asked, how big are the uploaded files? I'm not sure what they mean. Maybe you can clarify your question.
How much data are we using for stored files, logs, etc., etc.? Whatever is not a Git repo is somewhere around 17 terabytes, 18.
How much is it? How much
the outputs directory contains about 20 terabytes of data.
All right. So someone is asking, what is the stack that we use? So GitLab is built on Ruby on Rails. And Postgres is database. You can use MySQL if you are running your own instance.
And Redis.
And Redis.
And some Go here and there.
What do we think is better, AWS or Google Compute? Well, we're running on Azure right now. And we are using Google Compute for Kubernetes integration, and we already really like that. Before we ran on AWS, I think some of us even work there, so we like it all. Yes, we use Vue.js. Is the restore being done through NIC throttling? Maybe someone asks.
No.
It's just a plain rsync at this point.
I think we should add that we lost 6 hours of data in FAQs in the description.
Thanks.
For it.
Yeah. I will send a message to you, Dimitri, with what you should put extra in the FAQ.
Sure.
Well, it should be what's in the blog post as well. And we should also link directly to the blog post.
Please send me the link of that one as well, to the public link.
It's just the first published blog post.
Ah, I thought you were talking about the doc.
No. Why not Twitch? Because Dimitri was able to set this up quickly. How will we check that the copied files match the original files? I believe rsync does it for us.
Yeah, it's by design in rsync.
How much money did we lose after this incident? Well, no one is paying for Gitlab.com, so there we're not losing any money right now.
We're actually saving because we don't have runners going.
In that sense, we're saving, and then all other ways are very hard to quantify. Will we do any streams in the future? So I was totally expecting this because people were asking for a higher quality as well. We hope we will definitely do streams, but not like this. No, we're not going to stream any more downtime because we hope to not have any more. Someone asked before, I don't see the question anymore, whether are we using compression to speed up the transfer?
Not sure actually. The command is in John's terminal. He's currently asleep, so I'm sure.
Well, it won't make too much of a difference because when you're compressing those files, you're still reading at 60 megabits per second. So the bottleneck will still be there. And the bottleneck is not the network, it's the hard drive. We can't read any faster. And if you're compressing data, you need to read that data. So you're actually adding a bit more overhead. So there's no faster way than this.
It will not make any difference at all. As you said, the bottleneck is on the hard drive, not on the network.
So again, someone is asking what is our stack. We just answered that, but maybe you can add that to the FAQ, Dimitri, that it's Ruby on Rails with some Go sprinkled around it.
Can you type it out for me? Then I will copy and paste.
Yep.
Working on improving quality though.
Are we not afraid of a big rush of pushes and pulls when everything is back up again? A thundering herd.
Stuff will be enabled gradually, but it's gradually. But to be honest, I don't think that will be the biggest issue. We've had some pretty big spikes and pushes and whatever in the past, and in worst case, some stuff is processed a little bit slow in the background. But that's about it.
so my dog interrupted the audio a bit. I'm sorry. She's not here on my left. Here's another culture question. What podcast do we listen to if we do?
The Changelog. The Bike Shed. I like the one from CodePen this week.
Yeah, that was good. My favorite one is Accidental Tech Podcast. It's mostly about Apple.
Software Engineering Daily.
Yeah, that one is also good.
Pablo?
Software Engineering Daily.
Thanks.
How do we pay for infrastructure costs? We make money because we're selling GitLab Enterprise Edition and we have venture capital. What does our architecture look like? Maybe the architecture of GitLab.com.
The question is about software architecture, infrastructure architecture.
Well, we went over software architecture, so maybe infrastructure.
So we have at the front end we have I think 7 HA proxy load balancers. Behind that we have 20 workers that at this stage they're all doing the same, but we are for this week we actually wanted to work on splitting load into different kind of hosts. Behind that we have 2 Postgres servers on high availability that for some reason it failed, and we have 5 nodes for Redis, which are using Sentinel for high availability. And besides that, we have, as far as I remember, 2 NFS hosts for shared files, as in logs and uploads, etc. And we have 8 NFS servers for Git repos, out of which I think they're roughly at 50% now, which ends up being something like 60 terabytes of Git repos. We have SSD. I see a question, someone asking if we are going to be shifting to SSD. We do have SSD drives in everything that is going to be IO bound. It's not SSD specifically, it's premium drives.
If all is good, you should be able to see the blog post in a card on the YouTube video. It may pop up at some point.
Someone's asking why not Ceph instead of NFS?
That's funny.
Yeah.
Trying that.
We used CephFS for a while. The problem with CephFS is that it's really bursty, and it uses a journal to basically keep track of the changes on the file system. which means that you're going to have a performance single point of failure, which is the journal, and we got heavily throttled in this partition. And when that was happening, the problem was that the whole cluster went down and was not replying. So it doesn't scale correctly in the cloud. It just doesn't work. So by using NFS, what we're doing is sharding. It means that we have 8 independent hosts hosting this data.
Yeah, so maybe in the future when CFFS meta data servers are actually supporting multiple running at the same time, that will be like a bit more scalable. At this point, you only have like one active metadata server, which is really, really a bottleneck.
Still, I think it's if you want to run CFFS, run it in bare metal, because you're going to need every bit of IOPS you can squeeze out of the boxes.
Yep, yeah, for sure.
So someone is asking, what do we use for configuration management? I know that we use Chef primarily.
That's it.
That's it. No, just check the FAQ if you're wondering about, did the person get fired that deleted the database? Of course not. And other questions that have been asked often. It's in the description. Is the Postgres database sharded?
No, it's not sharded. We were actually working on doing load balancing, which means that we were actually trying to split the load through many hosts, but we were not there yet because at this stage we only have one primary and one replica going on using wall streaming, and we wanted to move away from that. But we are not sharding Postgres, and I don't think we're going to be sharding anytime soon, as far as I know.
Someone is asking, is this problem related to builds that were stuck in pending status yesterday? It is not.
Those are two different problems. There was something going on with CI yesterday that we were not having enough capacity for CI, which was being impacted by the database during the day, but has nothing to do with that.
This one came by a few times. Would more differentiable host names have avoided this issue? For instance, calling them master slave instead of DB1 and 2.
The thing is that the role of master or slave or primary and secondary rotates over time, right? Your DB1 or DB2 may become a master anytime. So you cannot bind the host name to the role because the role is going to be rotating. But certainly there is something to do regarding understanding exactly what is going on whenever we're going to be executing something like this first, and then just pushing people away from the hosts so this cannot physically happen.
Someone says, wouldn't it be faster to move drives to a faster machine?
We discussed this, I think, before the live stream. Somebody proposed that we take a snapshot and use this to create a separate disk, but then another engineer mentioned that this process will take a similar long amount of time to create that disk. So as far as we know, this is the physically the fastest option, and one that doesn't potentially involve disks getting removed or whatever, depending on what Azure may do.
And someone else suggests, wouldn't it have been quicker to just shut down the staging servers and mount its data volume on the production server, or resize the staging server to use as master?
It can't happen because it's a completely different machine. The thing is that the staging machine is a cheap one, and production is a premium one, so it's incompatible, and we cannot just do that.
Yeah, like the disk blobs at Azure are in a different zone. Meaning that you cannot just, unmount it and attach it in another zone. You need to copy over the data, which exactly takes, well, the same time as, and it's like, at this point, you're only allowed to actually copy blobs between storage accounts. When you're actually changing a zone, it won't work.
Be right back.
All right, I'm gonna have lunch. We'll be right back, guys.
$245.
Test audio.
Are you ready for some more questions from YouTube?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Have we tried to resize up the IOPS's pore on the staging VM because the search photos are based on the VM size? If we resize, it should be faster.
I don't remember the specific. I remember Jeroen said something about there being a limitation for that.
Yeah. So even though we resize the virtual machine, the problem is that the storage is not on premium storage. It's called Azure Premium Storage, which actually scale things a bit up whenever you grow. So whenever you upgrade your virtual machine, you get actually more performance. But since we don't use premium storage for staging, we're basically screwed.
Right. What is the best book, game, or video for learning how to code? I would say the Rails book by Michael Hartel.
It depends. Like if you for kids, there's that book. It was made by a lady that's a lot of involved in Rails girls. I forgot what her name was or the book's name. Let me see if I can find it. It's from Linda Lucas, I believe. Gosh, what is it called? Oh, it's called Hello Ruby. It's primarily for children, so I believe like 8 to 12 years old. For anything above that, it's a really tricky question. Yeah, for Ruby specifically, there are a couple of books. There's the there used to be the that's specific for learning Ruby, the pickaxe book or whatever it was. Yeah, that's a tough question. Not sure.
Yeah, people are asking whether we were using a CDN for a front end or one at all. I think not, right?
No, it's currently hosted on Gitlab.com directly.
So someone asked, why did we decide to use Ruby? Ruby is what we started with, or actually what Dimitri started using, Ruby on Rails. And it allows us to move really fast and iterate really, really fast. So no regrets. Someone is saying, your database should crash more often because I love these live streams. Let's not do that.
Well, if we have proper recovery procedures, then this would not be the biggest issue. So, for example, the plugin we want is to do load balancing between servers and whatnot. And part of the testing procedure for that was to see like how does the system behave when we, for example, reboot some random server. For example, like what happens. Right now, our setup is not capable of dealing with that. But hopefully we can work towards a setup where maybe removing data is still not a good idea, but we can at least recover from it within, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes.
Someone asked, what do we use Golang for? We use it for all sorts of parts of GitLab, especially the parts that do some heavier handling of big files and such.
So specifically, Go is used for a component we call GitLab Workhorse, which sits between basically HA proxy and GitLab itself. And it takes care of, if I remember correctly, for example, if you view a raw Git blob, GitLab Workhorse takes care of that, so Rails doesn't have to stream data, which is a little bit more difficult in Rails. It's also used for other sort of proxying stuff. We're working on a Go app called Gitlab, which we aim to use as sort of an API for Git, so that instead of accessing Git repositories directly, we access this API, which lets us cache data more efficiently, keep track of statistics, that sort of stuff. We also use Go for the CI runners.
And Pages. GitLab Pages is written in Go as well.
Good point.
And it's brought to CE. Wasn't that your line, Job?
I wasn't paying attention, CJ.
I thought you were going to be excited that I told people GitLab Pages is coming to CE.
Yeah, no, that's a really big deal. I'm distracted with this being down and having to reply to people. Someone asked, what did you guys study? I studied neuroscience. Did you study, Jorik?
Nothing. I studied photography for 6 months and then ran away.
CJ, you did computer science, right?
Yeah, the bachelor, and then I started working here full time.
So someone asked, have you decided what bare metal provider you're switching to? So we decided to not move to bare metal and actually stay in the cloud because various reasons. How long have we been awake? I think we've all had a reasonable night's sleep. Where I am, it's 2:15 in the afternoon. I think, Jorik, you had 5 hours of sleep. This is okay. So someone asked, why did you choose to use rsync to sync the files rather than dumping the ASCII to a compressed stream? This would have been much easier on the drives.
Come again with what the other option was?
No idea. I'll copy it in our chat. If you are on YouTube and you have any questions, start your question with GitLab or at GitLab, because then it highlights the question for me. Makes it a little bit easier.
Regarding rsync, not entirely sure. John is still basically waking up.
Oh, so this commentator says, well, what they are referring to is PG dump, basically.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, that would have probably worked just as well. Not sure if it would have been any faster though.
How confident are we that this restore will work?
I don't know. I would say like fairly confident. It's hard to give an exact percentage, but I think the staging database was working fine. So we can essentially replicate that database in production. I don't really expect any severe problems there, but it's hard to tell upfront. At this point, I want to be careful making assumptions and whatnot that might turn out differently.
Someone asked, why does monitor.gitlab.net keep dying? I think it's not ready for this kind of traffic.
Yeah, it's a fairly simple server. which runs at least, I think it runs both Grafana and Prometheus.
Yeah, and when we tweeted the link which updated the graph each minute for everyone, and then a lot of users came and which all keep updating the same graph each minute. So we're basically just querying Prometheus to death right now.
It's also worth mentioning there that monolithic GitLab is still a fairly new thing, and it was kind of quickly set up just to sort of get a proof of concept. We have basically a private mirror of it that we use for internal monitoring. So thankfully, this low problem is not affecting our own monitoring systems.
I'll get back to the questions in a bit. Maybe you want to take over for a bit, CJ. I have to send some emails.
Come again, Joop? I didn't hear that.
Can you take over the YouTube questions for a bit while I do some other stuff?
Sure, let me pop up the stream.
So in the meantime, have we considered to have some slaves to be used for failover purposes?
Yes. The plan we want to eventually move to is basically one active primary, 3 active replicas that are used for read-only queries, and then a number of standby replicas that we can use if any of the active ones stop working. So eventually there will be like, let's say 7 database servers basically.
There's this one question on what we use Ruby on Rails for in the interface, and basically everything you can see is at least served by Ruby on Rails, other than raw blobs, git blobs, diffs, GitLab pages. I'm probably missing some minor things, but almost everything is served by Rails.
And we're back.
Did we get to change the stream title, by the way? So on YouTube, it still shows up as just being GitLab live stream, which is not very descriptive.
Maybe the plan is just to keep it open forever, and the some dev is always online.
Oh boy. That I think it would put like a whole new definition, like whole new meaning to the definition of real-time collaboration. It's like, not only can you collaborate in real time, but you can actually see the guy type on his keyboard in real time, or hit his head against the wall, or whatever.
There's Twitch for coding already, right? There's something
I know
like this.
a bunch of you keep like pestering me to do it, but I think I'll postpone that for a while.
It would have been cool to see your face yesterday, though.
Well, it's a good way to see somebody turn pale really quickly and start sweating. At first you're like, okay, fuck, I hope this was the staging database or the replica. And you're like, oh fuck, fuck. It was DP1. Okay, but we have backups, right? We can recover. And it's like, well, not entirely.
In the comments, someone actually said that we maybe could do like live education television, and we could do that actually for Git or something, like not language bound, but how to use Git, which is an interesting idea maybe for later.
Yeah, so we publish a bunch of GitLab University things and all our tutorials as much as we can. It's hard to do something like that well, and it just takes a lot of time to do that. I think our focus is mostly on right now on restoring the service and continue building a great product. So. Someone asks, why is there no start button on GitLab, and do you plan on adding it? There is a start button on GitLab. If you go to the project homepage, it's a button on the left. Weren't we notified about the backup problems by notifications? Yeah, I think you pretty much immediately saw that something was wrong, right, Jorik? There was no need for further notifications.
Yeah, it was noticed like 2 seconds after I run it. For the backups, some of those run as cron jobs. We have notifications of those via email. The problem is we have DMARC set up for emails for GitLab.com. But this was not set up for the cron job emails, if I'm not mistaken, which means they don't get accepted when you send them. So we were sending emails, we were trying to send emails, but they were never sent. Which meant that we didn't know our backups were broken.
The moral of the story is don't use email for alerts.
So to people on YouTube talking about GitLab, you have gitlab.com, of course, but you can also easily set up your own instance. So if you're interested in running your own instance of GitLab, you can just go to about.gitlab.com/download, and you can set up your own instance. Can we expect some sort of email notification once everything is up and running? We'll do our best. I mean, we hope to have it running by the end of the European day, I suppose. Let's say in the European night. I don't know if we'll actually send everyone an email. We will definitely blog about it and we tweet about it. So,
yeah, emails is it's sort of possible, but I don't think we have anything in place that can basically take the email addresses of all the users and send them an email via something like.
Just follow GitLab status.
Yeah, that's probably the easiest way.
Yeah, Twitter.
Then sending emails to 800,000 users is not something we can set up in 5 minutes. But sending a tweet is, we have that already.
So someone asked, what percentage of your users are self-hosting versus hosted by GitLab? 100% of our customers are self-hosted, and the vast majority of users are self-hosting. It's a factor of difference. Why are we doing this live stream, and what do you expect about the users' trust, about the reliability of the project? We are doing this live stream because we can. I need to open the door. Someone else can answer this.
Answer, yeah, well, 1, because we can. 2, many companies, or at many companies, these kind of mistakes, they happen. They're not unique. But what happens is many organizations, they keep these silent. They'll give you some kind of generic statement as to what happened. GitLab, we prefer to be transparent, both about our success and the work we do, but also about our mistakes. So that not only we can learn from it, but also people that read it can hopefully learn from it. And also from a sort of simplicity point of view, it makes things a lot easier because you don't have to keep things a secret. You don't have to worry about, we have to only tell this to maybe a certain portion of users, or this issue has to remain confidential, whatever. It's basically a lot simpler.
Someone says, by the way, GitLab is running pretty fine in Docker when hosting it yourself. So if any one of you would consider a self-hosted GitLab, just give it a try. It's straightforward and easy to deploy. Yeah, actually, nowadays, you can go on, if you see our blog, if you check, for instance, the latest blog post of GitLab 8.16, we have a video that shows how to deploy it to a container cluster, on Google Compute. It's very easy to use and it runs very well. You immediately have all the cool stuff like deploying to the cluster, etc. Let's see. Someone says, GitLab has tags for issues. However, you can't create a new tag in the current issue you are creating. Is this a feature you could look into? I'm surprised that's not the case. I thought you could already do that. So it would be great to have this, and we'll probably add this in one of the next releases. Someone says, the terminal is not auto-scrolling anymore. Oh no.
It is now. It's just slow, sadly.
It's just slow. So about our future plans for improving backups, we'll blog about this at length to make sure that you guys trust us a bit more. Who else is in the Yorick train? Someone says.
Yeah, it depends on what they mean. Do they mean who else has done this? I think we had one instance where user data was accidentally removed, but I think that only affected a single user.
We had a split brain also in replication.
Yeah, that resulted in, I think it was like 10 or 15 minutes of data loss or something.
Yeah.
We've had cases where with certain customers, data was removed by accident, I believe.
Spam fighting.
No, like we had a customer that hosted GitLab, I'll refrain from naming them, but where something happened with the storage system due to GitLab, and they lost, I think, a bunch of repositories. So we've had our fair share of problems across the years, but I think this is the basically the how would you call it, the tip of the iceberg? No, that's not right.
The largest?
Yeah, like the pinnacle or whatever, and hopefully we don't. Like they always say, the sky's the limit. I hope this is our limit and we don't go further.
Sometimes the ground is the limit.
Yeah, that was fun. Let's never do it again.
Someone is asking what kind of VM is staging running on because the performance is so low.
Size-wise, let me check.
I don't remember now.
So size-wise is 16 cores, 60 gigs of RAM, but it's mostly the disk that's the problem, and I'm not sure what the disk specifications are.
No, so Azure has the standard drives you can mount, and there's the premium ones. That's pretty much all there is. The premium ones are the ones that are SSD backed. The standard ones are still they're a network device, so it's not exactly a hard drive. So you have a limited bandwidth to reach, and that's the limitation we're hitting.
Someone asks, is there a way to sync a CE and an EE instance? No, you cannot sync EE and CE because they have slightly different database schemas. But what you can do is you can easily upgrade one to the other. So if you're moving from CE to EE, you can do that. If you're moving back, you can do that as well. And then you can sync GitLab instances with GitLab Geo. Someone asked, why not bare metal servers? You don't need that many and it's way cheaper. Well, do you want to elaborate on this, Paolo?
So first of all, if we ever go to bare metal, which is not the case, this problem will not be solved, right? This problem is completely separated from bare metal or not. The big issue with bare metal, it makes sense at a cost point, but the big issue you're going to have if you ever go to bare metal is that it's basically, it's really tricky. You need a lot of know-how. You need a lot of people who knows exactly what they're doing. You don't have anybody to call in the case things go wrong, and you pretty much own the whole thing. The moment when you go to bare metal, you become an infrastructure company, right? That is something that at this stage we don't actually want to do. So it's not a solution per se. Bare metal makes sense from a cost perspective, but it's not going to solve a problem like this at all.
Someone says you need to do a live stream like this every time someone has to do the backup, so you have plenty of eyes covering your work. Well, I hope that our backups are automated. Yeah,
the plan is to fully automate that. We we don't want somebody like outsourced via Mechanical Turk that is just about to back up GitLab like every hour.
So the way I was thinking about monitoring backups is by actually monitoring the size of it on each data point and actually have a backup dashboard so we can see whenever it goes down. It means we're not doing it. And we can alert on that. So it's going to be on the public monitoring that right now is down because everybody's looking at that.
Are we going to do fire drills as well?
Funny enough, database-wise, that was sort of the plan. Like I mentioned it earlier, that in the staging environment, we want to start running tests to see how, hopefully, a new replication setup and whatnot, how it handles with hosts going offline. One of the ideas I had, which I really should some point, was
last week.
Yeah, so it should be still there. Was to, in production, periodically trigger automated database failovers to see how the system responds to it, if alerting works, etc. So that, for example, let's say once a week, a failover is triggered automatically with some alerts leading up to it, so people are aware it's happening. But that's, for example, one of the things we want to start doing, or at least start looking into if it's possible, so that people can deal with this properly when it happens, instead of it being the first time they deal with it when it's an actual problem.
Someone says you guys need a Chaos Monkey tool. I think aren't we using Chaos Monkey?
Yeah, it's called Azure. Azure already acts like it, or like randomly reboots stuff or whatever, but I don't think we actually use Netflix's Chaos Monkey actively. And I think they also recently changed it so that instead of being as aggressive as it used to be, it now only, I think, like only just reboots a server and that's it. So it's not as chaotic anymore as it used to be, but I haven't really kept up with it.
There are a couple of things. One of the things is that initially we had pretty much all the load in just a couple of hosts, and basically we got, particularly in the file system level, we were being throttled really, really hard, and that ended up rebooting the host, because the host was, at some point the kernel said, there's no hard drive responding anymore, I will just reboot myself. That's one thing. And the second thing is that they have been improving a lot lately in availability. I mean, Azure particularly. But we are still trying to find the exact sweet spot. The last outage we had was when 3 NFS servers went down at the same time in the same availability group, and that should actually not happen, but it happened.
Yeah, basically whenever IO throttling is hit, like the max, it's sort of getting like an hardware error occurred error message, and then it will reboot it by the VM layer of Azure. Yeah, which is kind of strange, of course. I mean, IO throttling is really nice. Rebooting your server to do IO throttling is like, well, yeah, it is a way, but
it's like, oh, you used to disk heavily? Well, not anymore. Problem solved.
Another one we saw was when we were, and we saw this on the database actually, that at some point the database may stop replying, the host may stop replying completely and go dark for 6 minutes. And that is the time it takes to move the database VM from one host to another, from one supervisor to another, hypervisor, sorry. And you can see that it actually starts booting process again. So you have in the kernel log, you actually have this machine went down and now it's up again, but just because it got moved around, that resulted in 6 minutes downtime.
Someone asked, where's Dimitri? Dimitri, I don't know, I think he's still here in the stream. What is the status? The status is that we're still waiting for rsync, and it will take a few more hours. What is the ETA for Git CLI access? I think that's the same for everything else. So it will be maybe 7 UTC. Maybe.
Git uses the database to check that the user has permissions to access. So everything depends on the database.
Is any one of us Dutch? Yes, I'm Dutch. Jorik is Dutch. Jeroen is Dutch. CJ is Dutch. It's not the majority of people at GitLab, but we have quite a few Dutch people. Are we gonna add a third slave?
There's going to be a whole more soon.
So someone asked, I thought you guys are from Poland. So GitLab, we are all distributed. We all work from home or wherever we want to work. So we have people from all over the world. You go to our team page, which is on about.gitlab.com/team. You'll see a map of the world where everyone is. We have almost in every single time zone a person. So some people are saying, oh, we can check the team page, but the website is offline and whatnot. Our website is actually not offline, about.gitlab.com. It's just gitlab.com that is down. But I will help you all by posting the link in the chat. There we go. Would you consider streaming general development work in the future? Yeah, if people are interested in that, I think we can do that. If people don't mind it to be a little bit like this, low quality and easy to set up, we're happy to do it. At least I am. Not that I do any development. So and again, someone asked, why did you decide to move to bare metal? We stepped off of that plan. We're not moving to bare metal. Do we have any piece of software running on production that's written in Rust? No, I think we use Golang in all those cases.
Correct. No Rust.
We're not all Dutch. Good luck from Barcelona.
So regarding Rust, just briefly mentioned, we looked into that for Git.ly, Git API. Ultimately, the choice was made to stick with Go because this is something we already had knowledge of. We had people that have experience with it. We know how to deploy it, etc. And Rust will basically be a completely new start, which for a project as important as Git.ly was not the right choice. But there's definitely some people that are really interested in Rust, me being one of them.
People are asking why we use Azure. That is because it was the most affordable solution for us. Do we have any ideas on fatigue management in DevOps generally? I think this is in regards to it being late, Jorik.
Well, the tricky thing there is, it's kind of like how when you want to wake up on some certain time, so you set an alarm clock. So for example, my alarm clock is at 9:30. I can't wake up early. But then you get this problem where if you don't want to wake up, you just basically smash the alarm so it goes off or snoozes or whatever. So you can sleep longer. It's kind of the same when you reach a point where you're tired and you want to go to bed. Either you do so, but if there's something essentially getting in the way, then I'm not sure what would help other than maybe a manager saying like, hey, it's 11 o'clock in the night, get out. But in this specific case, there was a colleague who was asking for help, and it's at least in my mind, it's not the right approach to tell that person in that case, you know what, get out, I'm tired, have fun on your own. So I'm not sure fatigue management itself would help. I think other solutions such as, better recovery plans, documentation, whatever, maybe more people with knowledge of the topics in question, those sort of things, they would scale better than having some kind of alarm clock or something along those lines.
It's tricky. So it really depends on the company. And one of the main problems you're going to have in DevOps or in the infrastructure side is that people is going to basically burn out if they're on call all the time and if they can't sleep. One thing we did was move to a 12 hours on call, so we can sleep, so we don't get paged at night. Right? I think that's a way of keeping sanity out. What Jörg was saying about documentation, that's also really, really important, is that you should never ever have a single point of failure on knowledge. And that's where the RAM books come from. Even that can fail. We all make mistakes and shit happens in the end. But it's important to handle these kind of things, not burning yourself. This is not a sprint. This is much more of a marathon kind of thing. So, pace yourself.
So someone says, I had a friend check the Azure disk throughput, and they confirmed basically that the speed that we're getting is the best you will get. So someone says, I'm wondering if someone accidentally deletes the database, how long does it take to completely delete it? Well, it took like half an hour, right? And that most of it was gone.
So the removal took like 2 seconds to wipe about 300 gigabytes of data. So
it's just removing hard links.
Right, so it's like removing, it's like basically done.
Yeah.
So
we have a graph for that.
It's the graph drops almost instantly. It's if you were to run the command,
if you see the blog post on our website, there's a graph all the way on the bottom. I'll link it in the chat where you see how fast it goes.
Yeah, we scrape every 15 seconds. Therefore, it took somewhere less than 15 seconds to drop all that data.
The thing is, I ran the command and it was like 1, 2, fuck, Control-C, cancel it. 2 seconds on an SSD is plenty of time to remove data.
And removing data is actually removing hard links, which means deleting keys from a hash table. That's it.
It's worth mentioning that at some point a colleague suggested that there's a technique where if a process has a file descriptor open, but the underlying file is removed, you can sort of force it to, I believe, flush the contents back to disk.
You can read from proc directly. Yes.
Yeah, and that would have helped, but PostgreSQL doesn't keep all files open at all times for good reasons. So that unfortunately would not have helped.
So someone said we should have used the Windows recycling bin and just restored the files.
It's funny because, like, for example, my computer has it, but you can also remove files immediately. So that's what I always use because I don't want to clean the recycling bin. I suspect a similar thing would happen here.
Could use Time Machine, right?
Yeah, that works really well. No one is getting fired. Actually, there is an FAQ at the description of the video where we answer that question. Let's see, what else do we have? Why did no of the backups work? Were they checked regularly?
No.
No, and that's the problem.
Yeah. So we had a couple of layers. We had disk snapshots, which were enabled for all servers except the database ones, for reasons yet unknown. We had the SQL well, the PG dump backup, which runs like once every 24 hours, that one wasn't working because we upgraded our database to PostgreSQL 9.6, but our omnibus package, which we deploy, will default to 9.2 if it cannot find a PostgreSQL data directory for 9.6. Now, if we were to run this backup on the database server itself, this would have worked fine because the version is 9.6 and it all matches. But we were running this database procedure on a separate server, which also had Gitlab installed, but not the database. And thus the package defaults to 9.2 and the various binaries for PostgreSQL, say PG dump, they will only work for the major minor version they're built for. So for example, the binary for 9.2 will flat out refuse to connect to, say, 9.6. And so this would fail, but because our email notifications were not being sent properly, we never knew. And then the final layer is the LVM snapshots. They only happen once every 24 hours. But as far as we know, they do work-ish.
So, go ahead, Julie.
Now, there was also one problem where we were uploading stuff to the S3 bucket. I think that was the PG dump that was failing, hence we didn't have anything in the S3 bucket.
So someone asked, why are you using Postgres instead of MySQL, MariaDB, or Percona? I actually know this answer. Our customers, they are either running Postgres or MySQL, and we prefer Postgres. We had some problems in the past with MySQL, and we want to run something that our customers are running as well. So we test actual things that people use.
So we support both, and we prefer Postgres basically because of online migrations. But both databases have a good and bad part. So you should pick whatever works better for you.
So someone asked, is it not hard to work from home? Don't you have a lot of distractions, like other people in your house, children, partners? I mean, speaking for myself, I think it's a huge luxury just not having to worry about, going to an office every single day, losing a lot of time there, but also being able to work at any time that you want. I think that's amazing. And then those distractions are welcome. You're not always focused at your work, so you're distracted for a bit and then you get back to work. You guys have some other thoughts about it?
Well, you can also just have a break whenever you want to, like go to the gym at 11 a.m. because it's really quiet then. That's awesome to have. The no commute you mentioned is awesome. And sometimes it's really flexible, like you don't have to be somewhere at 9 and leave at 5, but you can start 2 hours later because you have to, I don't know, drop your son off at daycare or whatever and do some other errands and run some other errands. So I like the flexibility mostly.
Yeah, and in my case, I'm actually renting an office space just to get out of the house, and actually work there with other people that are actually flex workers or whatever. So that's actually also fun. So yeah.
Yeah. So if you work at Gitlab, you can work wherever you want. So if you want to work at home, you work at home like I do, and we make sure you have all the right tools. But if you want to work from, for instance, a co-working space, a lot of our colleagues are doing that, and Gitlab refronts the cost for that as well. So it's all up to you. And some people travel to other colleagues to work together sometimes. There's a lot of advantages to it. I couldn't imagine not working remotely anymore. It seems almost ridiculous that you have to go to sit together with other people in a large space and then look at the screen all day, while you could do the same thing at home and save a lot of time and be a lot more productive. Make sure that if you ask a question, you preface it with @GitLab or just GitLab, so I can see what are the questions. Someone asked, does the database keep the actual Git source code and changes or just the metadata? So the database doesn't store any of the Git data. It's just things like comments and issues and such that are in the database. And someone says, when you're working remote from home, you should be near the computer at a certain time. When your coworkers are working, your clients are not sleeping. Well, actually, no. Our customers all over the world, and so are we. So we work asynchronously, and that basically means that it's not required to be working at the same time as your colleagues. You work whenever you can, and considering your company is quite large, there's always some people online. Of course, you have meetings. We try to avoid them as much as possible. In those cases, you have to be available that particular time. But if you're a part of that meeting, you can, you have your hand in scheduling that. So no, it's not a problem. I would really recommend you read the link I put there in the channel about how we do it and how we work asynchronously, and also check our blog. We write now and then about it. So someone is asking, what are you doing to monitor the copy progress? Are you using Screen or Tmax?
It's a Tmax. You can see it in the head of the.
Yeah, and we also have monitoring graphs that show the size of the data directory.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, let's see what we're currently at. We're currently at
281.
Yeah, 280 gigabytes.
So we're staring at a screen and at a graph at the same time, multitasking.
So someone asked, how do you, communicate and bond with team members? So what we do is we have a daily team call where we talk about what we did for fun in the last week and what we're going to do for fun. So everyone in the company knows each other quite well because everyone is always talking about their personal lives. We have very active Slack. We do like hangouts now and then, meetings and such where we just hang out and talk about other things. And every 9 months we have a summit where we come together. So this January we were actually with the whole company in Cancun in Mexico.
Also with the coffee breaks, where we just drop what we're doing and then join and hang out with someone one-on-one or with multiple people, whatever. Just like a normal coffee break, but on air.
This is an interesting question. How do we handle the file system backups, like repositories and such?
Repositories are backed up with snapshots provided by Azure. So basically, you're snapshotting the whole device. All the drives that compound a single NFS server are snapshot at the same time.
Any tips on landing an interview with Gitlab? Send a good resume and a good motivation letter, I would say. Most surprised with people that send and that want to work for Gitlab and send a very, very, very short letter and are not excited. You guys have any tips?
I came in as intern. You should definitely try that. So basically, the process. Do we still do that job?
Yeah, no, not really. Like we make exceptions for particularly skilled interns, but in general, we don't have an open position for an intern.
Oh, too bad. Otherwise, that would be a good track. Oh well.
The best procedure usually is contributing code. So we often look at the like let's say the top 10 contributors in a given time period. that definitely helps, because then you show that you care, you can work with these tools, you have the experience, etc. Shouldn't be surprising, but like being familiar with the topics of the position that you're applying to is of course an absolute pre. I just like having experience, basically the usual stuff. There's no, apart from the contributing thing, there's no sort of quick hack that you can apply to basically score more points in the interviewing process.
So several people are mentioning that the monitoring is offline. It's because it's not really built. We have another internal monitoring tool so that we can still see what is going on.
We have 3 monitoring servers, 2 of which are internal for us. We use that for high availability. If one goes down, the other one's going to alert us. And then we have 1 that is public. All the 3 are basically reading the same data at the same time. So whatever you see in the public one is the same thing we're seeing in the private one. But the reason why it's bit like this, it's because if something like what happened today happens, and we have a lot of people trying to get into the monitoring, into the public monitoring, it may go down as it did. And we're getting alerts right now from the private one telling us, hey, the public one is down, but not a priority now. So sorry, it's down. It's has been with 100% CPU usage for the last 5 hours, 4.
So people are asking, what are we using for monitoring? We're using Prometheus, and I think Grafana as the front end.
Yep.
Yeah.
Grafana is the one that it's dying. Prometheus keeps working.
Yeah, Prometheus is awesome. We ship it with Gitlab nowadays, so everyone has it. So someone asks, while working, do you stay in Slack online all the time? How do you avoid the notifications from distracting you? So this depends per person. I put my Mac to do not disturb if I don't want to be disturbed. Maybe you guys have other solutions.
Just turn it off.
But what do you do, Segrian? Do you actually turn it off, or do you just leave it on?
So seriously, I don't have Slack on my phone, which is a huge help. I just turn my email off. Like it doesn't sync my work email anymore, and it just turns Slack off. I don't need Slack other than for work. And otherwise, you get this little red button, and you tend to look. So I just turn it off.
I actually use the snooze function within Slack, just on the app. So it's actually auto-scheduled for like sort of normal working hours. So whenever it's late and I want just to have like a nice silent dinner, I can just snooze it, and it's all fine. Yeah.
The problem I actually have with that is still that little red button, that little, the red button actually is just showing up each time there's a new message. So I'm just still gonna look. Don't you find that itch you have to scratch?
Well, yeah, true. Because it is a bit annoying, but you can actually, if normally I just silence the phone anyway. And with snoozing, it doesn't actually matter, because sometimes I actually do want to know if there is something going on. So. So someone is asking, do you guys all use Macs for dev, or is there some Linux outside of servers themselves? I actually know a lot of people are using Macs, but for instance, for myself speaking, I'm actually using Ubuntu just as a normal laptop thingy. And I believe some people are actually using Arch Linux, and maybe
Arch, I think. I want to use it again.
Yeah.
I'm an Arch hipster as well. Somebody asked about how I keep track of time and how I prevent stuff like normal work stuff from creeping in. I'm not sure if it's been answered. What I personally do is I at least try to do. I don't always stick with it. So at the start of the day, I have just a simple text file where I write like, okay, these are the 3 or 4 things I want to get done today, which can be something as simple as reply to this issue or fix this bug or whatever. And I found that works better for me than using, say, Pomodoro timers or any form of timing, because it's like time is very tricky because all you need is like one thing and then suddenly your time estimate is off. Outside of that, a lot of it is sort of willpower. Like there's some people that might use some app so that they cannot browse Reddit for 2 hours, for example. For me, that wouldn't work because I would just turn that app off and then it's like, oh, problem solved. I can browse Reddit again. So for me, it's mostly just like trying to not do it and keeping track of like a simple list of to-dos as in what I want to do. And I try to keep that to-do list down to like at most say 4 or 5 items, and basically something like an amount that I can solve it. Basically, I can complete the list of to-dos an hour or so before my day officially ends. That way, I can spend like the last hour doing whatever has to be done, like whatever remains, or just stop earlier, for example.
I think there's another question. Are you working in shifts, or there are employees scattered around during through different part of the day, or no work hours to just get the job done whenever you can? Well, we have team members all over the world, so teams are spread around. Like for infrastructure, I believe it's we have a 12-hour difference as in time zones, so the whole day is covered up. So if you can finish something for the day, just hand it over to your team member, and they will be done before you get up in the morning. So no need to work in shifts. We're just on call, but
Sorry about my daughter.
That's right. The only thing we do shift for is the on-call. That's it.
Yeah. But even then, if someone's up, it will take care of the issue, so you can go back to sleep.
Someone asked if it took some time to adjust from working in an office to working at home or somewhere else. Could someone comment on that, who's experienced in that?
Yeah, sure. So prior to GitLab, I spent about 5 years working in different office environments. I quit my previous job on I think it was a Tuesday, and I started at GitLab the Wednesday directly after. I'd worked from home sometimes in the past, but this was mostly when it was necessary, like for example, due to bad weather or having to do stuff in the weekends, whatever. So I basically went from working in an office 5 days a week, which involved a 45-minute commute, to working at home from one day to another. That definitely took some getting used to, especially in the beginning. It's hard to stay productive because you're working from home, so there's nobody watching you, which means it's very tempting to browse Reddit, sit outside, especially during summer. It's very tempting to I'm just going to sit outside and do nothing, or fall asleep or whatever. But over time, that, at least for me, gets easier, because at some point you begin to realize, like, okay, I have to actually start doing stuff now, because otherwise people will notice. And so there's that sort of pressure of I actually have to do my job, as surprising as that may sound, that ideally actually keeps you at work. It definitely took like I would say a few weeks of adjusting before I was fully comfortable with it.
For me personally, I had some, in the beginning I had some difficulties with it. Not actually the remote part working, but basically working with a lot of people all over the world. I mean, I'm really used to working with Dutch people, which are quietly sort of direct. And then you meet like a lot of other people that are actually not really used to that, for instance. So that for me was like a really, really good experience to actually, to have that, and to actually come at a time that you are realizing that you shouldn't say something like that harsh or that directly, and then you need to actually think before you talk, basically, which is a good thing. And yeah, it helped me a lot. So.
There was this question in YouTube if we usually sit together like this on a working day. And just to comment, I usually don't. Do others do this?
No, not really. Not in this state. Usually, people like this come together when there are problems. We use Google Hangouts for that usually. And that's sort of as a way of rubber ducking with multiple people what the problem is. But not outside of, how would you say it? Critical events, basically.
We do use calls whenever we need high bandwidth communication, because sometimes you're writing stuff in a chat and the bandwidth is just not good enough. And sometimes you just need to basically get into a hangout and discuss, because it's easier and simpler. But afterwards, we're always gonna write it down in an issue or somewhere, because we need to enforce the async communication. And a hangout or a phone call is not async at all.
Did I miss anything? Did we delete any more databases?
Yeah, I just accidentally removed all Git repositories. Oops. No.
I thought we had revoked your sudo access, Jorik.
No, I still have chef admin access as well, so probably take that work back in.
Well, don't just start jinxing, right? I mean,
as far as we know, the production database is the only victim, basically. And of that, we have apparently 2 snapshots. One which does not contain webhooks because they are removed during our synchronization procedure from production to staging. And there's another snapshot that we suspect does have the webhooks. So we might be able to restore those, but we're not sure yet.
Someone is saying, I'm sure this has something to do with the crappy Mac keyboard layout, but that person is wrong because almost all of us, and I know for a fact that Jorik has a really nice mechanical keyboard with dome switches, I think even. Not even cherry switches. Toper switches. Amazing.
It's the happy hacking keyboard professional too. But you can still fat finger it like any keyboard.
There was a question on what the impact of all this would be. And then probably like, what's the impact on something I merged in the window that we lost the data from? What happened there? Probably as well with pipelines. Could someone comment on that?
Basically anything that is not Git repositories or wikis that was created between 1720-ish UTC and basically, gosh, was it 11 UTC? That's lost. So comments, issues, new projects, registered users that registered between that period of time, CI builds, that stuff that's gone. Pushes if you happen to push and in your commit you set something like close this issue, it might still be in the queue, and so it might be processed, but there's no guarantee of it. So in basically the worst case, everything created after the 6-hour-old snapshot is gone.
Just to say, by the way, that running pipelines are being executed. Well, they're finished now probably, but those were executed, but they didn't report back to the database.
So they'll run, but basically their output and status and whatever that's lost.
So some people have been saying on the chat, why don't you use CFS, for instance? And I know that is something that we've spoke about in the past.
CMS?
CFS. ZFS.
The file system.
Yeah. ZFS. Oh, right.
No, Z, like Z. Yeah.
Not ZFS.
Yeah.
Not
Z.
Yes.
Yeah, Z in Dutch. Yeah.
Good question. I'm not familiar enough with ZFS. We use XFS for the file system, but I'm not really familiar with the differences between ZFS and XFS.
Different beasts. There's no real reason to use it, actually.
Yeah, I've been thinking maybe we should switch to APFS. That's the future, guys.
We should also use CockroachDB because it's web scale.
You have Ben in the call. He will argue that one.
Jorik, there's some people very insistent asking about your age. So it's up to you to disclose or not.
24.
I
started kind of early with the whole programming thing. I got my first job at age 17.
So how long have we been working on a fix? Since the moment we discovered this, which is pretty much immediately. We have been awake a normal amount of hours. We have people all over the world, so people just when they wake up, they take over from the people that were awake before that. Gitlab will hopefully be back at 7 UTC. If you type in on Google 7 UTC, you get back what it is for you. If you use a Mac, you can just type it into the search thingy.
You mean 1900 UTC?
1900 UTC. Someone asks, do you have any improvements for the boards, for issue boards? Yeah, we are working very actively on large improvements. I actually tried it this morning, some of the new improvements, and it's very exciting. It keeps coming back. How are you guys going to prevent similar issues happening in the future? What are we putting into place? So before I let everyone answer this, we will blog about this at length. You will see it. We'll make sure that we'll let you know what we're going to do. Anyone, if you want to go into detail, how are we going to prevent this from happening?
Yeah, sure. One, lots of backups. Make sure that they work, that the loading works, etc. So that we basically have what I'm thinking of: LVM snapshots, disk snapshots provided by Azure, PG dump backups, copy those to S3. Probably copy those to Glacier after a while. Alerting on top of that. On the server side of things, we probably have to apply some simple changes like making the prompt more clear. For example, showing the full host name and in a different color so that when you have to log in, it's more clear what you're operating on. Procedure-wise, probably this kind of stuff. Like Paolo mentioned, normally we sit in conference calls. That was not the case here. That might have helped. I think some people in Hack News suggested using checklists similar to pilots. That's definitely worth looking into. It remains the question if that works when you're not thinking 100% clearly because of stress, tiredness, or whatever. But it's something worth looking into. So there's basically a whole bunch
alias the RM command.
The tricky thing is there's a lot of scripts that might still depend on it. But we can probably do something like, oh, if you're running in an interactive terminal, you have to type yes or whatever after you run the command. But here, definitely being able to recover from it is the most important thing.
Ben was saying that we should, instead of having a procedure, have a with checklist automated, and I completely agree. Automation is the way to go. It's just that we're a little bit far away from automation yet, so we first need to have this procedure and then make it automatic.
Yep. The way I went through a lot of this, well, maybe I'll turn my video on so I can say hi. Oh, whoa, look at that. I need to move my camera. So I went through a lot of the same kind of database procedure stuff, and I've done this kind of thing before. And I've made the same kind of mistakes before. I've caused outages where I was running a procedure, and it was a very well-documented procedure, but the document was complex enough, and I had to juggle multiple windows. And I just typed shut down MySQL in a window, and boom, I accidentally shut down the production master instead of the candidate master that I was trying to shut down. And yeah, it was a very busy server, so it took 15 minutes to shut down the MySQL server. This is just not something you can avoid, and that extended the procedure that I was working on by 15 minutes. It was just completely unacceptable to run this procedure manually. And I pushed very hard in the postmortem for this event that we should just start scripting one step at a time in order to get us out of even using the procedure. So it's extremely important to just take a look at everything that you're doing and start somewhere with some utilities that deal with maintenance. And once you have that maintenance, once you have that procedure maintenance script rolling, it makes everybody's, everything that you do better, because eventually the script just takes over everything that you're doing manually.
Thanks, Ben. Glad to hear that we're not the only ones having such mistakes.
this happens. I mean, we're humans. We make mistakes, and that's why we need to embrace automation, because we are error prone. We're just people. People makes mistakes. That's it.
So going back to the chat, some questions. How are we funded? So GitLab has a lot of customers that pay for subscriptions. They get support in GitLab Enterprise Edition, and we are funded by venture capitalists. We raised about 25 million so far. Someone asked, where is the guy that nuked the database? Well, that guy is right here in the window next to me. Someone else asked, how will you handle the huge amount of pushes after the backup is restored? So we will slowly enable the service. It was answered before. Let's have a look. Doesn't working remotely cause problems? No, actually, we believe we are much more productive than other companies, because we don't spend a lot of time having to go to the office. We work whenever we want and whenever we feel most productive, and we have a very particular way of working. We try to work asynchronously as much as possible. That means that we write everything down. We collaborate in places where it doesn't rely on you being there in person, or it doesn't rely on you being there right now, active at that very moment. We have many more things. I'll post a link to some things that I wrote about it, and you can also always check out our blog where we publish about this. This is a question for you, Pablo. What do you use to provision your servers?
So we have been doing it manually lately with Azure itself, but we are moving to do it with Terraform. We're just in the middle of that.
Someone asks, what rsync flags did we use?
I'm not sure. The person running the terminal is not here at the moment.
It was John. I don't know if he's in the... We can look it up later.
I see 2 comments about Azure in the chat. This is something we talked a bit about when we were talking about the move from Azure to a hardware cluster, and the end of all that research ended with the opinion that we should be able to make GitLab work well no matter what hosting platform we're on. So being on the best or the worst hardware platform or cloud hosting platform shouldn't matter, and we want to make it work well anywhere, which I think was a really good outcome of the whole research effort behind going to out of the cloud and into a private hardware cluster.
There's a blog post about that is being worked on right now, where we're actually going to explain the whole process we went through. And you're dead right. I think it's the best outcome was to actually start building something that will help everybody, not just us. Solving our scaling problem with software.
So someone asks, why is GitLab always so slow? And this seems like a mean question, but GitLab.com has been slow for a while because we started scaling it way too late and giving priority to making GitLab run at such a scale well. So if you run your own GitLab instance, it will be really fast. It doesn't really matter at what scale until you get the size of GitLab.com, which is very, very big. And we started too late with paying attention to that. So we're still catching up and we're doing our best. It's a huge priority for the entire company to make sure that GitLab is fast. But it's still not as fast as we want it to be, obviously. So you will see improvements over all the coming releases. And that's all I have to say about that. Someone asks, GitLab, have you tried turning it off and on again?
We're in the middle of it.
Well, that's basically what we did, just the wrong command.
Is there anything you could do to speed up this restore? Now, not really. If there is, we would have done it. If anyone has any ideas, share them with us, and we'll be happy to use them. Someone asked, what do you code? Well, we're not coding. We're now looking at rsync coming by and just waiting for that to happen. We're storing the database data. People ask, how can we contribute? Well, right now, of course, you can provide us with tips in the chat and asking us asking us interesting questions. But once GitLab.com is back up, you can contribute by helping us build better software and improving GitLab. GitLab is open source, so you can contribute anything you want to it. We have engineers that work full-time helping people from the community contribute to GitLab. And there's all sorts of ways that you can contribute, from very simple things or even helping an issue tracker to implementing all new features. funny thing is that what often happens is that people that contribute very heavily to GitLab end up applying without actually joining the company. So most of the top contributors work for GitLab, the company. Why have you not just tried to restart the computer? Everything is fixed.
One of the questions I saw in the chat that was really good is, where did that go? Will there be an option to mirror a full GitLab instance? Actually, that's the primary use case of GitLab. Is GitLab is GitLab.com is just the biggest installation of GitLab itself. So you can install GitLab, the entire website on your own system without having to depend on GitLab.com. So actually, the GitLab itself has its own internal, and that's still up as far as I know.
Yeah, GitLab.com is a GitLab E instance that is scaled through a lot of hosts, but that's it.
Yeah, so there's no need to depend on GitLab.com to run GitLab.
Yeah, so our customers, all their instances are still working. Everyone else that has their own instance, it's all still working. That's not affected at all. It is good point. And then some people are saying, why are you not attaching a larger instance to this storage and copying from that? As far as I know, we already did that, and this rate is still very slow. GitLab, what is the next step? I don't mean to fix. I mean, what new features are you looking to add? Well, we're working on a lot of really exciting things. For one, we're working very hard on adding Prometheus to GitLab. We now ship it along. What we want to do is we want to integrate it so you actually get all sorts of metrics and even alerting right inside of GitLab. For instance, if you make a change, you can see how that affects your servers or how that affects your business metrics. So that's what Ben is working on, among others. Other things that we're doing, we will be releasing GitLab 9.0 March 22nd, which will bring some cool changes like nested groups, for instance. 8.17, which will be releasing the 22nd of this month, will bring GitLab Pages to GitLab Community Edition. So everyone will be able to host their websites using GitLab Pages, independent of whether you're using Enterprise Edition or Community Edition. Issue boards is another thing where we're working very hard on adding a lot of improvements. Lots of things, lots of things. And Yorick, people are saying that you're a nice person and you love cats. Well, I know those two things to be true.
Yeah, they are. Except when I'm grumpy, then I'm not a nice person.
Hey, GitLab.
You're funny when you're grumpy.
How can I use GitLab if I'm not an enterprisey guy and just a developer with some small pet projects? Well, you can use it however you like. You can use GitLab.com, just not right now. You can set up your own GitLab instance. You can do that right now. And it should work just fine for you. GitLab Community Edition is free to use. And I do it for my own little side projects as well. I create some projects. Sometimes I make a group if I have a bunch of related repositories. Any other tips?
I saw one question in there that was, does GitLab support YubiKey? Actually, I believe GitLab supports a whole bunch of different two-factor authentication methods, including U2F and YubiKey and HOTP, TOTP kind of things, if I remember all the features correctly.
Yeah, that's right. Yorick, maybe this is interesting for you. Has Ruby on Rails been a performance bottleneck for you at all, or is it other parts?
Yeah, there have been parts, but they're perhaps not what you would expect. So we've had problems where Rails makes certain assumptions about how you use the database, primarily in how you perform database migrations. And many of those assumptions, they work if you're at a small scale, but if you're anything larger, like in our case, like 300 gigs, which is not that much, then these assumptions, they sort of start to collapse. There have been, let's see, outside of that, most of the problems we've dealt with were more about code in itself not being performant, regardless of whether it was using Rails, Sinatra, or maybe something else. But Rails is mainly tricky because of the database assumptions that it makes and the things it may not provide to deal with larger setups. So for example, for GitLab, we have a bunch of migration helpers that allow you to, for example, add a default value to a column without it taking the whole table offline. But we have to code this together ourselves. The stuff to add indexes concurrently on PostgreSQL, which we had to add ourselves. And a bunch more of these things where Rails could make things easier by either building things so that it scales, or by at least providing you with extras. Like, hey, if you're this size, maybe you can use this instead. But nothing like regular performance problems specific to Rails, nothing really comes to mind at this point.
Someone asked for some automated code review tools. So that's something we're very interested in. So if you have any suggestions, something that we're thinking about is having something like Code Climate, where you see the quality, like cyclomatic complexity and such. Better bot support, for instance, is something that might be interested. But then, yeah, let me know what you're thinking about.
I love it. We had a question. Are you guys planning on doing delayed replication to a read-only database slave in the future as a potential way to prevent this from happening again? Funny thing you mentioned that. That's typically our setup. We actually have a production master and a read-only slave that could be production. They copy data to each other, and in the event of a primary failure, we automatically fail over to the slave. When this event happened, we were in the middle of troubleshooting why the slave wasn't keeping up with production because we were behind on wall reads from the database copy. So a really unfortunate series of compounded events.
So GitLab, can you briefly explain what's left to do before GitLab.com is back? So one of the things is finishing this rsync, and then what else is left, guys?
So we're going to finish the rsync. We're going to move the point vision from 9.6.0 to 9.6.1 for Postgres on our production database servers. That will let us bring up the actual database. At that point, we want to do some minor data checking to make sure that everything is fine. We'll also be looking to backport the webhooks into that data. But at that point, that should allow us to bring up the actual site and begin accepting requests and resources and start the actual Git workday with GitLab. Do you have alerts if lag is detected in a replication? Yes, we do. So both York and I were getting alerts from our alerting system that database lag was at an unacceptable rate, and that's what started us looking down the path of why the slave was not copying or keeping up, and that's how we started down this path.
There is a graph about the replication lag in the post itself.
So someone is asking what tools are being used for managing servers, like Puppet, Chef, Docker. So we use Chef, we use Terraform, I think Pablo just said. We use Docker for the GitLab runners. Mm-hmm. What else do we use, guys?
Docker machine.
Docker machine.
So if someone keeps asking if this rsync disk is network or CPU bound, it's actually disk bound. The disk IOPS that we have for this are one of the lower forms of disk platforms that you can get in Azure because this was supposed to be a performance system. So it's a spinning hard disk. It's limited to 60 megabits per second for reads off the disk. So that's kind of what we're bound to. The other thing working against us is that this instance is in a separate Azure data facility from production. So this is an rsync over SSH across an Azure WAN link to our production site.
So what percentage are we now on, John, in terms of the rsync?
Well, file-wise, we have 668 files to go. Data-wise, though, we've got
299.
We've got 298 gig in the actual database directory for out of 306. So we are getting closer and closer.
All right, CJ, if you're still here, you're back on the chat duty. Well, I have to do something else.
John, how far is the Kurch DB?
1 hour 42 left.
Thanks.
There's a question what hardware we usually run for our production services.
So the production database is an Azure GS5 v2. Which is not what we have in our staging environment with this one right now. In the staging one, this is a DS5 with non-PLRS disk. That stands for non-premium storage. So they are spinning non-SSD run-of-the-mill disk.
So I saw a question about why we are actually using Chef and not Ansible or SaltStack or something else. Actually, it came out from our packaging effort. We actually packaged Gitlab at a time with Omnibus, and Omnibus is highly Chef-based. So it was like a really normal thing to do is actually to continue on that, just using Chef for the infra as well.
The DB is hosting on Azure VM. Yes, so all of the actual GitLab production environment, save the actual CI runners, is on Azure hardware. So what do you consider unacceptable for replication delay? So we manage replication delay in terms of megabytes behind from the actual master. There's graphs on this on our service. So what ends up happening is, as we see that the database is so many wall files, so many megabytes behind the production, we receive alerts about how far the replication lag is. We like to keep our slave database in near real time to the production as possible, as anyone would. And so when lag begins to creep in, that's when we start getting alerts and start checking out on that.
Someone was asking if we're using console Maybe John wants to answer that.
Yeah, so we're using Console for Terraform right now, and the Terraform management for our state. We're pushing more into Console as we look at refactoring how the front end of GitLab works in terms of containerization and configuration storage for dynamic spin up and spin down. How do you recover from lags in replication? So that's the $10,000 question, right? So that's how we kind of got in this scenario. Ideally, what you want is you want your database to catch up, right? We're using Postgres replication, which actually looks at the WAL files, which are transaction log files, and the slave server plays the transaction logs forward to maintain a consistent state. The problem that we got into was we had experienced a level of DDoSing against our snippets function of the GitLab application, which had generated a large increase of data in the database, and the slave was not able to keep up with that replication state, to the point that it was requesting WAL transaction files that were now no longer in the production backlog. The problem with what happens in that state and how we were currently running it was that when you get in that scenario and you're missing transaction logs, you can't just pick up with the next transaction log that you have that's good, because the database doesn't know whether or not the data is in a performance state and is resilient within itself. So you have to start the copy again from a known good state. That requires stopping the slave, bringing it to a known good state, and starting replication again. So that's what we were in the process of doing when things kind of went sideways with an accidental command.
John, you were saying in an internal chat, but I might as well ask you here, that you expected no more than up to 20,000 users were actually affected by this, based on pure statistics, by the loss.
I think that was Yorick that was.
Yorick?
Yorick is checking numbers now. He just mentioned that almost 5,000 comments will be lost.
Yeah, and a little over 5,000 projects.
A little over 5,000 projects? Okay.
This raises me one concern. How about places where you use
Who's typing, please?
Job, you're typing real loud. Okay, cheers. Sorry, go ahead, Camille.
Okay, it should be better. How about places where we use sequential IDs? When we restore the database, shouldn't we bump these numbers by these 5,000?
No, so when we restore the database, we're basically doing it's not sort of re-importing the data, it's just, we're basically moving the entire database, including all the primary key values and everything, over to a different server. So those keys will increment correctly once the database.
Yes, but I am considering a case where we have a builds and we store these builds logs on a file system using the project ID and build ID, and it is possible that we can have, I don't know, some disclosure of data.
Right.
And there is a few places that we do something like that.
So we could track those and just delete them?
Yeah, I was going to say just the same. Maybe it's better if you delete those build logs, because then you're not useful anyway.
Okay.
And the same also applies to artifacts. Too.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Could you add that to the downtime document below?
Yeah, please.
Restore procedure. Otherwise, I'll forget.
So besides 5,000, about 5,000 comments, 5,000 projects, any more that we can tell about this?
I'm looking into that now.
Thanks. So someone asked, what has driven you to be the first company I know dealing so publicly with this kind of problem and even stream your work? Well, what drives us is that we're built on an open source product. So GitLab Community Edition is completely open source. And the only reason that we exist as a company is because we have this amazing open source community that has been using GitLab way before that GitLab Inc., GitLab the company was a thing. And many of those people are still using GitLab community happily, and some of those converted to becoming our customers and make sure that we all have jobs. So when we do these kind of things, we learn from being open source that there's the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages when deciding on being open or not being open. I think that is the reason why we do our best to be very transparent about this. I also think it shows us that we care, and it shows that we want to be transparent, right? We really don't have anything to hide. Like we're definitely not bringing this offline for a bad reason. So I think that's the reason. And we learn a lot from the community. For instance, when we published our blog post on that we were moving to bare metal, we were actually convinced by all the different responses that we got from the community to not do that. And we actually decided to not do that based on all those comments. So if we were to treat ourselves as just a company that doesn't share anything with the outside world, for one, we might not have been a company at all, but also our whole track would have been different, and I think we wouldn't be where we were today. So that's why we're doing our best to be transparent.
One of the questions on the chat is, do you use cacti for graphing? Actually, the graphing front end on the monitor is a little down. It got a little overloaded due to the popularity. It's something that we never intended to have scaled up to handle a huge public event like this. So it's kind of just down right now. So our graphs are down, but the data is still being recorded in the back end. So Grafana is a really nice piece of graphing software that we use in front of our actual data storage, which is, I'm going to say, mostly Prometheus. So Prometheus is the monitoring system that we use to get all the automated alerts that told us that we were having problems with the spam when this event started. And then there's also a small amount of InfluxDB with some legacy data that we haven't moved over to Prometheus yet. So that's actually one of my projects, is to help transition the legacy InfluxDB metrics over to the Prometheus monitoring system.
Someone asking, how's everything going with GitLab the company? Sales and projections looking good and in the right direction? Yes, they are looking in the right. They're all looking good. We're doing quite well. Someone says, in your Google Doc, someone mentions that they were using the repository or repositories as sort of a CDN. How much bandwidth did it use?
Not sure. We can probably pull it from the logs, but we don't have the data at the moment.
Someone asking, any plans for some code checking tools or integrations? Yeah, we are thinking about these kind of things. We're very interested in looking at these kind of solutions. For instance, things like seeing how complex your code is and such. Nothing that we're working on right now, as in we're actually programming it. But yeah. Why did we decide to use Prometheus instead of Influx? Ben, do you want to weigh in on that?
Sure. Yeah, there's a couple of Prometheus questions in there now. I actually I work on the Prometheus project. It's a public open source monitoring system, and so InfluxDB is a pretty great data store, but it doesn't have a very good, it's not a very good monitoring system. It's a good time series database, but the Prometheus project's goal is to be a really good monitoring system to replace or to provide a really good way to store your time series and your data that you need for monitoring, and provide the monitoring itself. So it replaces things like Cacti and InfluxDB and Graphite, but it also replaces things like Nagios and Isinga and the things that you use to get your alerts that tell you that there's something wrong. So it's a data-driven way of monitoring systems. And other things that we look into, like somebody also said in the chat that you should look into what's being stored in the S3 buckets, and that's actually that's things that I'm going to be working on at GitLab is helping out increase the instrumentation depth that we have in GitLab itself, so that we can find out that we're having problems. And there already was a whole bunch of good Prometheus monitoring in GitLab, and this event was a procedural problem, not a monitoring problem. So we knew that there were problems. It's just there is a hiccup in getting things done.
I would like to add to that when we decided to move to Prometheus, which is something that happened during last year, like mid-year or something like that, one of the main reasons was that we were coming from CheckMK, which is a Nagios-based, which is a good monitoring solution for hosts, and we wanted to move to monitor a distributed system, right? The moment when you have a lot of hosts, a host monitoring solution doesn't cut it anymore, because you need to start monitoring services, and you need to start getting this whole picture of what's going on. And we could have built that with InfluxDB, as Ben was saying, but it would have required us to build a huge monitoring solution, and that's not something trivial to do. So we just started using Prometheus because it was the best tool for the job.
So on the person using GitLab as a CDN, the only information I have found so far is that there were 47,000 unique IPs logging into a single account. So that should give you an idea. What storage technology is underlaying GitLab inside of Azure?
I'm not sure I understand that. I mean, it's Azure's disk offering. So, for example, on the database host, because Azure limits you to 1 terabyte disks, we take a Linux box that's running our Omnibus install that has PostgreSQL on it, and then underneath that we get a couple of 1 terabyte LUNs from Microsoft Azure that are their premium SSD storage, so the fastest storage we can buy from Azure. And then we put them in a RAID stripe array and present them up through the Linux host.
Somebody asked on the chat, why are we chilling and answering random questions when we should be fixing the issue? Well, we are fixing the issue. We have a very large data copy in progress that we can't do anything until it's done. So we might as well enjoy the time talking to people.
Wait for it to finish, then we'll see.
So someone mentioned that they felt that the transfer speed variability was quite strange. I can't really relate with that. It looks quite steady to me, but
sometimes, if depending on the file size, so very small files in an rsync will show as being very slow because there's not enough time to. There's a bit of startup time on each file. Switch to a different file. So if it's a very short file, it will show a slightly funky bandwidth amount.
So tabs or spaces?
Neither. Should probably use like a tab and then 2 spaces.
Both. Depends on the language.
Yeah, I guess, with things like Go FMT, you don't really have a choice nowadays anymore. Someone asked for the ETA. The ETA so far has been 1900 UTC. It's also in the FAQ, under the description, and in the blog post. Why did we decide against using a managed Postgres instance, like RDS, for instance? And why did we decide to use our own, manage our own?
Azure doesn't offer any. You have to host it yourself.
Well, but even when it is actually offered, there has been a time that we actually moved and migrated Gitlab.com to different data centers as well. So actually migrating away from some cloud provider to another cloud provider. So and sometimes like when they offer in-house services like hosted Postgres and stuff like that, it's a bit hard to actually get all data out of it, like at a migration level way. And at that point in the beginning, like in the real beginning of Gitlab.com, we actually decided to host a lot of, ourselves. To just
Okay.
Yeah, just to have that flexibility.
Right. Well, and that's another thing. There's by hosting it ourselves, we also force ourselves to test our omnibus PostgreSQL setup, which prevents us from running into this scenario where we run a particular configuration, but we ship something completely different to others. There's also the problem that sometimes these hosted instances, for example, like RDS, what they basically do is they give you a single master and a standby replica, for example, in a different availability zone. But then if you want to, for example, do load balancing, you cannot really do this. If they support replication from one master to another, you might be able to, but you basically lose control. And I think for the size of GitLab, you want that control to stay. But that depends a little bit on the provider and their features.
So there's a nice question here in the chat. What was the motivation to build yet another GitHub? So Dmitry was working in Ukraine, I believe, as a PHP developer. He wanted to use a solution like GitHub, but he wasn't able to use something that his code was not allowed to leave the premises. So he started to build his own in Ruby on Rails. And he did that open source, of course, so he opened the code. And he started building it, and he started building it for himself for a few years and releasing every 22nd of the month. And over time, that is what became GitLab Inc. Can be a really long story, but that's the quick summary of it. Funny fact, at the time, Dmitry had to get his water from a well. So he didn't have any running water in his house. He had to walk to the well, take the water up, put it in a bucket, and take it home. Nowadays, he has running water. The GitLab logo is not a fox, it's a tanuki. We are copying the raw files instead of compressing them first, because if you want to compress them first, you have to read them, and it's the read that is so slow. GitLab is written mostly in Ruby on Rails, and we use Golang here. I think after we finish the stream eventually, rather sooner than later, we'll leave it on the channel. I think it will just be public.
Why did we choose our stripe rate? Will you choose stripe rate again in the future?
Yeah, so the two options there are striped or linear. With the performance limitations that Azure has on its disk products, we get better performance out of a striped array set than a linear array, just based on the fact that we can actually sequentially move through data reads and writes versus a linear data access pattern, which has performance hits based upon their disk performance caps. That's why we chose it.
Another nice technical question. Can you talk a little bit about your Redis setup, please? How do you use it? How do you scale it?
So we used to have a Redis master and slave. Now we actually are using Redis Sentinel, so that there's a master and then multiple peers to that master that are in sync with it. It sets at a layer in our infrastructure. Like I said, so in the initial incarnation, it was a master and slave with a load balancer in front of it, and then we kind of failed over. Now, because we're using Sentinel, the actual GitLab product is aware that we're using Redis Sentinel, so it actually fails over very cleanly in terms of when the master role changes, another one picks it up, and that's communicated back to our worker fleet about the fact that the master's changed, and they just changed their data writing to the master. But Redis is using our product as the data caching and data persistence layer for a lot of things. I mean, so all of our sessioning stored there. Joop can talk about how we use it for the actual structure of it. I mean, but things like anytime you submit something that has to be done on the back end, we write that into a sidekick queue that's actually stored in Redis that we then process through. And then likewise, coming back, oops, I just got a ding. Our sync is done.
Great news.
What about the other one? Okay, snapshot.
Nope.
Oh.
Well, we can create a snapshot still while it's running, right?
Well, they're two different things. So this was on the varopt GitLab, so we can still create a snap on that because the other one is running on varopt GitLab, whatever that directory is.
Yeah, please do.
Replicator.
GitLab replicator.
Yeah, let's snapshot now.
Okay, I'm gonna be taking notes just in case.
Okay. I guess it also works any commands we run, we just leave them out loud. Make sure.
Place it in infra.
But that also works.
All right, so you're going to use snapping this, or you want me to snap it?
Oh yeah, I'm just looking at you guys. So no, I can start.
Do it, Jeroen. Do it. Do not ask.
Sure.
Command.
I will just. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is you cannot just do like VM snapshot and done. No, you actually need to get a list of disks and then snapshot, like start a snapshot on all disks at the same time.
Do it and paste in infra whenever it's done.
Yep. Okay.
You want to share your screen, Jeroen?
Sure. If I'm able to. Just give me a sec.
The internet is suggesting that we should make sure to test our setup before turning it on.
Yes, that's the plan. So, I mean, on that sense, we're going to keep the front end down. So we're going to restore the database, do some solvency checks against the database, and then make sure that we are in line before we bring it back up. And so that'll probably look like, I'll probably put some restrictions in on our front end HA proxy to open up web access to some IP addresses so that we can actually flight check this. And then once we are sure we're flight checked, then we'll open it back up to the populace.
Do we have a checklist that we can share? Some public document or something?
The checklist of what we're going to do and the process that we're going to do it in is actually in the doc that we're sharing.
Section 3, called restore procedure.
So to be clear, we want to have a snapshot of our current copy data or from staging.
The current state of the drives, yes. So we can recover.
The DB1 cluster.
Yeah. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, it's fair to double check.
Specifically, the one mounted on /var/auth/GitLab. I'll paste that in Slack.
Okay. You're almost there.
Hey, Jeroen, while we're making snappy snaps, it might also be a good thing to go ahead and make a snap of the varlog GitLab on prod DB1 before we start bringing stuff up and changing it.
Oh yeah, actually, I was basically doing an Azure snapshotting thing. I can do an LVM snapshot, but
I would just do both.
Yeah.
All right. So slow.
It's going to be less than 15 hours anyway.
Okay.
The internet is very excited waiting for you to share your screen, Jeroen.
Yeah, I know. I'm first I'm already hitting issues because of our snapshotting thing works perfectly for the classic environment where we had everything set up. But the ARM is like, well, a different story.
To be fair, I don't know if I want to share screen when we're doing this kind of Azure stuff in the Azure panel and whatnot. That might be private info.
Yeah, there is quite some private data on my screen actually. Yeah.
Yeah, then I wouldn't do it. Just leave it.
I can share the commands after it. It's no problem. All right, there we go.
So Eric in the chat asked how confident are we of the data that we've just copied over. So the data that we copied over is a copy of the database that York and I looked at on staging to ascertain the time lapse that we had in the data, but also to make sure that it was actually a current working database. And at the point that we arrived at that, Yorick and I cleanly shut the database down and then began the data copy. So that's the data we're coming from. That's why we used rsync. There was another question there about why did you use rsync? Why not a down and dirty, tar to netcat? And the reason was because we wanted to have checksumming on the data copy to make sure that what we actually started with was indeed what we ended up with on the other side. Because when we shut the database down, it was in a known good state. So that's why we use the rsync. That's why we're using that version of the data. And that's how we're relatively assured that what we're going to bring up now is in a good state. But as you can see, we're also making snapshots and copies of that data set and another data set just to make sure and hedge our bets in case something goes wrong.
Oh, there you are. For peep's sake, sure.
Someone asked, do we use Chef push jobs?
We're just starting.
Yeah, I mean, so we have Chef enabled. So we have Chef push jobs enabled, but the majority of our stuff is done through a pretty purposeful pattern cycle of managing our recipes and cookbooks, committing those changes, and then doing merge reviews and merge requests and reviews on those changes, committing them, and then rolling them out in a structured fashion to our Chef server, and then letting those things be distributed through our Chef cycle. Right now, our Chef cycle is every 30 minutes. The servers check to make sure that they're in sync and in compliance.
Okay. All right.
Someone mentions in the chat, we are talking a lot about our inner pipes and how they work. Are we not afraid of being attacked?
Yeah, that's one of those questions. We try and guard ourselves against attacks. We do same things. We have good security policies and practices. But there's also the other side of that, which is it's an open source software product, man, that you can download yourself and run. So how the pieces fit together is not really a mystery, right? I mean, you need a database server, you need a Redis middle tier, you need some front end web workers. So, I mean, we try to be cognizant of that, right? I mean, in terms of if you look at our Chef books and repositories, we really don't expose information about the internal IP addresses of the host that we use and things like that. But no, I don't think there's any problem in people understanding how we put things together.
Someone has been asking consistently, how are you comparing the data size between master and slave databases in terms of being behind? Are you comparing against the far-lib Postgres data or something else?
So we're comparing against number of wall commits that the database has to keep behind, right? So Postgres does the replication in transaction files. Those transaction files are called the wall files. They are structured chunks of data from the master server that gets played against the slave server. So we measure how far we are by how far behind the replay of those transactions is.
It's Postgres itself, the one that is basically emitting these data. We're just monitoring it.
Correct.
All right. Snapshots are done.
For both prod and stage?
For prod, currently. Okay. You want staging as well?
Yeah, so we snapped the var up GitLab on prod DB1, right?
Yeah, so the DB1 prod is done, so you can actually start doing the GitLab upgrade to actually starting the database and stuff like that.
All right, Yorick, you want to start that?
So I'm checking that this is actually done in the restore procedure.
Check. Just
We've upgraded version, right?
To verify the data that we copied, that was stored in var.opt GitLab on the production host, right?
Yeah. So are all permissions correct?
Well, John, to confirm that the data you copied from staging, that was copied to var.opt GitLab post-SQL data, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'll first correct the permissions. Sudo, let's comment it out first. Sudo shell GitLab colon GitLab PSQL. Path, we need dash capital R. So it's sudo chown dash capital R GitLab PSQL colon GitLab PSQL path. That should be good to go. Off we go.
So things that you also need to take care of is like probably the PostgreSQL.conf will contain the staging settings and not the production.
Right. Well, a chef apply should resolve that.
Right.
So it will override it with whatever the production settings are.
Yeah. I mean, a GitLab CTL reconfigure will do that to run that.
Okay. Yes. So finally, we have the snapshot of production.
Yep.
GitLab. Okay, so we can restore that if whatever shit hits the fan. Do we have a full disk, like full VM backup from the student?
Yes.
Okay, so we also have that in case LVM shits itself. Okay, well, then I'll go to chef repo. I gotta figure out what the role was. Roles. GitLab cluster DB. Yeah, that looks like it. Let's see. Version. Yeah, that was still pinned. Okay. Let's grab the latest one. Let's see what's on one. Then was GitLab cluster worker. Version. GitLab
The internet is asking, how do we use HA proxy?
So we use HA proxy as a front-end load balancer, and a means to distribute traffic. So currently HA proxy sits in front of all of the fleet. So we have several HA proxy boxes, some of them do different things. We have HA proxy boxes that load balance the GitLab pages, that load balance the GitLab service proper, and then that load balance an alternate RSSH service, as well as provide an alternate SSH service. We use them just like most people consume it in terms of they sit in front. We do health checking on the backend services. We're checking on a fairly aggressive schedule so that when a worker dies or is rolled out for maintenance, we actually just take that out of service and route the traffic elsewhere. We started using them in a more sticky manner when we introduced the WebSockets and terminal shell for Kubernetes in our release before last. We do some session tracking now to make sure that if you're running a WebSocket session, you get pinned to the worker server that you started the WebSocket session on, so that we don't break your traffic. We also use them to do some load shedding and breaking. So we also have some policies in place about rate limiting to make sure that we don't get flooded.
Okay, so I'm going to edit the role repo GitLab/GitLab EE. Used to use GitLab unstable. New version will be 8.16.3-EE.1. Because the .0 had this permission problem.
Sorry, repeat that. 8.16.16?
8.16.3-EE.1.
Can you confirm that you don't need a private key for that?
Private key?
Yeah, we do. We do support like security repositories.
Oh, you mean the use key parameter?
Yeah, but that key parameter should be actually disabled when it's actually not needed.
Yeah. Well, we'll figure out. Like, if it doesn't work, it won't deploy the package, right?
Yeah, sure. It's yeah.
Just let's see. Okay, GitLab E, GitLab. Okay, which one to go? Let's commit that. Update cluster DB version to 8.3-E.1. Commit.
John, you're getting compliments on your t-shirt.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a whole bevy of GitLab shirts. Surprise, surprise.
Okay, I will run chef client on, let's make sure that's the right host, db1cluster.gitlab.com. Let me double check if that recovery file hasn't snuck in. Of GitLab PostgreSQL data, PostgreSQL auto, PostgreSQL, no recovery file to be found. There's no trigger file, and oh well, let me just remove that. Sure. Trigger file is gone. Let's see, PostgreSQL is dead. Correct. Okay, well, there you go. Sudo chef client. And we get sudo PTSD. Oh, that's interesting. Sudo chef client command not found. Did I spell it correctly? That's interesting. Where did that go?
People asking for GitLab swag and shirts. We're working on getting a new swag store up. So once that's up, you will be able to get some. Also, if you find us in a conference, you might be able to get one as well.
Jeroen/John, the DB1 cluster does not have the chef client command, but I am seeing the chef nope command. Did somebody rename it?
Chef client is
yes, just move it back to chef client.
Okay, so chef nope is chef client.
Yep.
That's just funny.
Like for a moment there, I was like, oh god, next problem.
No. That was
chef client is not the worst. Okay, chef client. Sudo chef client. Okay, that's running. So there's two possible outcomes. One, it will work. Might need to do an extra PostgreSQL restart. Two, it will complain that the cluster version is mismatched, but that should not be the case because we're now deploying the same database version. So we'll see. Let's see if it's applying the settings. System parameters, ton of output, apt-get update, root install, blah, blah, blah. So it's now installing the package.
So the staging environment is also snapped. So
okay.
In response to we're 160 people, I love the trolling. What happens when 160 all run rm-rf? Well, in classic parlance, right first, right last, right often. So whoever gets there first wins, I guess.
It makes me sad that I don't read or speak Japanese, Chinese, Russian, and or Korean. I can understand the Spanish to a large degree. Portuguese is fine, but it's overwhelming.
Maybe that's for the better.
Most of the Japanese comments were, "What is this? What am I doing here?"
Yeah. The Spanish and the Portuguese ones I'm seeing, but the Russian ones I'm like, I have no idea.
Can you guys verify the version that's going to be installed in DB1 right now? I'm seeing
8.16.3.
Yeah, I understand that. But the Postgres I'm talking about, because I'm poking around and seeing 9.2 back in there.
Yeah, like DB1 cluster will install 9.6.1.
Well, it's on 9.2 right now. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, correct.
It's going to go overwrite it?
No, it's running the reconfigure at the moment, so give it a moment.
There seems to be a strong demand for GitLab underpants, and I agree, they don't exist yet. Almost everything else does exist. GitLab socks and such.
Emily had a few ideas, but we weren't sure if we could do that without starting a fire, basically. The idea she had was fairly, how would I say it? I think, yeah, some people might appreciate it, some people might not. So we do have GitLab socks, but.
What distribution are we using for the OS?
Ubuntu 16.04.
Yep.
LTS.
Yeah, all of our fleet runs Ubuntu 16.04 LTS. So Stan, just to verify, we've got 9.2.18 and then 9.6.1 both laid down in the embedded Postgres directory.
Okay.
Right now, it appears to be running a rake cache clear. This is very convenient.
Shouldn't the symlinks be pointing 9.6
though? Chances are that it hasn't detected it's running 9.6. We'll get to that once it's done.
That feature is actually almost coming, right? So we can actually disable the cache clear part. Omnibus.
Well, which particular feature? You mean the?
Yeah.
So rake cache clear will still run. There was some discussion to make the cache flushing smarter, but I don't know what the progress on that is, if any.
Yeah, I think they're heading that way. That you can actually just make it an option. So if you run multiple upgrades on multiple front end nodes, you can actually say only that node can do the rake clear, and the rest will just back off.
Pablo, what are you drinking? That's what the internet wants to know.
Mate.
What's that? Sorry?
It's mate. A lot of mate.
People are asking about automation tools. We're using Chef.
Yes, but not in this particular case, because we want to actually follow this really closely.
I mean, that's not entirely true, right? I mean, you're not seeing the screen, but York just ran the Chef client on the node, right? So we ran a Chef run on the node to actually make it compliant with our Chef spec.
That's true.
Let's see. Okay, so there's some errors. Hold on, let me check. Okay, yeah. So restarting Postgres fails because it times out. That makes sense because it has to recover the data, which takes like 5 minutes.
Yep, that will at least take 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see what else failed. Cache clear failed because there are no sentinels available. Makes sense because I think the database cannot connect to it.
That's correct.
So we should probably disable cache clearing for this host, but whatever. Get to that later. Yeah, okay, that's PostgreSQL not restarting. Hold on. Let's see, another cache clear. Why not? Okay, let's see if Postgres is doing anything. Let's start with PSQL version. PSQL version reports as 9.2.18. Probably that data detection. Let's see, how can we best one to reconfigure?
Jorik, can you confirm that actually the configuration in PostgreSQL.conf has been changed by Chef?
Let me check. Not really seeing anything interesting in the output that suggests that.
Because I think that this is like a sort of loop that it tries to actually start a database, but it can't because of.
Right. Let me check that now. So yeah. PG version reports 9.6. Let's see, PostgreSQL conf. Let's see. Anything specific? Oh wait, I guess next connections because I set that to. Yeah, that's 2000. So that appears to be either still using the old production settings or the original. I'll run GitLab CTL reconfigure manually. Let's see what that does. All right, so we'll fix this. Okay, that finished rather quickly. GitLab PSQL version. Okay, now PSQL version is reporting 9.6.1. So that's an improvement. Sudo GitLab CTL start PostgreSQL. That reports okay. Let's see if it's actually starting. Let's see a lot of Postgres processes. Sudo tail for log GitLab PostgreSQL current. Well, that seems to be running. Let's take GitLab PSQL GitLab HQ production. I can connect. Let's say improvement PG size pretty PG was the database size GitLab HQ production. And we have a running production database with 305 gigabytes of data. And let's see if it has webhooks. Oh, that has an underscore. Without webhooks, but we'll get to that later. Projects. Okay, yeah, so the most recent project is the 31st 1720 UTC. Okay, I'll tweet first. Database data stored. Word. Okay, sure. Cool.
What time you said? 17?
1720. It's just
20.
checking that to make sure my previous mentions of that were correct.
Yeah,
so the database runs. Let's do the checklist. Let's see. Upgrade we did. Start TV we did. Okay, upgrade Sentry. Sentry. So we have that. So errors don't go to staging. Let's see how I do that again. I think it's just an application setting. DB1 staging. Okay, that's just a column update. Project gitlab.com. Let's see, where do I get that? Let's see, support, no updates.
Update Sentry is done, right?
No, I'm trying to find the Sentry DSN in Sentry, but the UI is not very helpful. Where can I find this, my dear? API, maybe that's it. No. Looking for the Sentry DSN. No, project settings client key. So I probably don't have access to it. Hold on, I'll ask. Oh, there we go. Still ready. Projects overview. I probably don't have admin access or something.
How many servers do we have running in production? The internet asks.
In total, it's 20 application servers.
It's somewhere around 40 total.
Yeah, we've got 13 front-end HA proxies, 20 applications, 20 web servers or workers that we have, a fleet of 5 Redis servers, and then right now 2 Postgres servers, and then there's some other ancillary servers, right? So there's about like Gitlab and some other things.
People keep asking what will happen to the person that made the mistake. Nothing. The person is working extremely hard and has been working extremely hard. I'm very happy to have that person.
We all did it.
Another question that popped up on the chat was if we're considering running an infrastructure on Kubernetes, and actually, yes, I believe that is something that we've been thinking about.
So in infrastructure on what?
Kubernetes.
There you have
yeah,
it.
That's what
Eric in infra.
Yes, I see it. Yes, okay, that's good.
So yes to Kubernetes. Note that Kubernetes would not have solved this problem.
Okay, so we have that. Let me...
John, how far is the DB crunch to actually get the webhooks back?
We are 37 minutes away on that.
Right, cool.
Okay, so the webhooks, we need to wait a little bit longer.
Actually, no. I mean, so with webhooks, we were just copying that data to see if it would finish faster. There's no reason why we can't, and we already made a snap, so there's no reason why we can't start that Postgres instance in GitLab recovery up.
Right. Okay, so in that case, can somebody start the staging database and get a SQL dump of only the webhooks table and only the data, not the structure? I'll move this to the bottom of the list. Wait, I'll just do it, whatever. It's the next item. Easier. Okay, let me. Okay, let's make sure I'm only logged into one database at a time.
How is John's beard so majestic? The internet asks.
He works in ops. That's why.
Because I am a Unix. Yeah, I'm a Unix wizard. That's why.
My beard is still growing.
I can't grow a beard. That might explain a few things.
It explains nothing. I saw John without a beard once, and he was just as good as he is now. So no correlation between beard and skill.
He was weird.
Just to confirm, in case I'm drunk or whatever, staging is db1staging.gitlab.com, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So GitLab CTL start SQL. So GitLab PSQL
Okay, that's going to start the one that doesn't have the webhooks in it, though. The one that has the webhooks is the one that your room has off to the side.
Yes, so we can add a separate cluster with separate database, or we can move the data over, but that will probably take a while. It's different amounts. Let's see.
Well, we can already begin starting with GitLab without the webhooks, right? I mean.
Yeah, but I would rather just follow the checklist for now, just in case the import might take a long time or whatever.
All right.
Also some IDs we need to reset. Hold on, let me see if I can create a cluster or whatever it was. By the way, that creates a separate port. I guess what I could do is create a database and move over the data as in a separate one, or we can move it over the existing data since we have a snapshot anyway. Or I'll just CP it. Yeah, and rename the old thing. Let's see. Let's fire up GitLab PostgreSQL data. I will move that to fire up GitLab PostgreSQL data backup. we go. Then we shall move CP GitLab replicator PostgreSQL data to the far GitLab PostgreSQL data. That will take some time because it has to move between mounts. Let's see, in the meantime, so this will create the existing directory. Probably not. Create DB. Oh no, create DB will work in an existing directory. Anyway, that thing is renaming. Let's do some other stuff in parallel. Increment IDs by 10K or whatever to be safe, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, we want IDs and webhooks too by 10K, right? So we're not stepping on anything.
Correct. I'll just start that in a separate terminal, not in the same tmux. SSH DB1 cluster GitLab. Let's go GitLab HQ production. Let's see. We have projects, nodes. Not sure if nodes is necessary. There's no. I'll just be on the safe side.
Could someone share the URL for the doc that we are actually following right now?
Oh, sure. I'll dump it in infrastructure.
Right, thanks.
There we go. This moving is going to take quite some time. It's only at 1 gig. That's not going to work. I'll just cancel that. Hold on. We'll do the webhooks last because that will require some trickery. Where did the webhooks go?
Okay, so we're gonna move the webhooks to the
I'll move
afterwards.
to the bottom.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Increment IDs, that's the next one. We'll just disconnect staging. Production, okay. How do we do this again? I think I had to do max value or something. Oh yeah, so. Check. So we have, let's start with projects. Projects IDs. The last value, okay.
So you're doing projects first.
Yes.
Okay.
What was it? Oh, subfil. Subfil. Projects ID sec. We take the current value. We increment that by. Let's just do 100,000. Measures 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. Yes. Let's see, this is now correct. 5, 1, 2, 4, 1. Yes, okay. So projects is done. I'll add that to the thing. Projects, let's see, issues, merge requests. CI builds, CI commits, nodes. What else is there? Users, just for the sake of it. Let's see, who this boards, chat names. CI commits, CI runners, just for the sake of it, because I have no idea what impact that would have. Let's see our tags.
Pablo, you're getting a lot of Spanish love on the chat, but I'm afraid that the words that I don't know are all words I shouldn't say out loud. So.
Keys. How does that work?
For a large part, I learned Portuguese from my wife, and whenever I don't recognize a word, I know that that is some sort of a curse word, because those are the words she doesn't tell me.
So I wonder if it's perhaps safer to just increment it for all sequences. Well, let me see if I can script that out. It's probably safer than cherry picking thing. I think it's DS. Yes. So hold on, let me just get that. CDS sequences.txt. So we have it. Oops.
When did we start using Chef Spec?
We started using it last year at some point. I don't remember the date exactly.
Okay, let's see. So we have all the sequences. Okay, and now what we do is we
so if you're just jumping in here on YouTube, make sure to check the blog post. I will link it again in the chat. It should also be in the description of the YouTube video.
So somebody was asking why we can't see Yorick's screen. Simple answer is Yorick's a purist, so he doesn't actually have Zoom on his laptop. It's on his phone. So that's his phone propped up against his monitor there.
Yeah, we hope that the next time we do a live stream is actually planned, and in that case, we'll make sure it's all high quality, good audio, you know, maybe even on Twitch or something. But this was just, you know, we're focusing on fixing this, and we had the opportunity to share it like this, so that's why we chose to do it. It was not actually a very well prepared plan in terms of sharing. We're just hoping to get Gitlab to come live again.
Okay, let's see, set file. Sequence name. I'm going to figure out what the existing value is. Hold on. Production. Next fill. That was it. So 2.5. Okay.
John, would you be interested in sharing maybe some graphs that the channel has something to look at?
Some what? Sorry.
Some graphs or something that shows what we're doing.
Sure. I'm not sure what would best actually represent that in terms of graphs.
No pressure. Meanwhile,
I can tell you.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I said I can tell you right now. I'm working on modifying our chef role for HA proxy so that we can shunt people to the GitLab down page while allowing us internal GitLabbers to walk through and smoke test the application before we open it back up.
Someone asked, which review system do you use to review commits to the code base? We use GitLab. It's quite a powerful code review functionality that we're expanding with every release. So I urge you to check it out. You don't have to use gitlab.com. You can download your own instance. It's very easy to set up and maintain. So we have GitLab team members in Asian countries. So. You're a hero, internet tells you.
That's funny. Let's select kernel. Sequence.
People keep asking if we're all in our bedrooms. Well, I am in the office, but before I used to work from the living room. We do all work from home, or at least remotely. And I'll share the link to our team page where you can see where everyone lives. GitLab doesn't have any offices, so everyone works remotely wherever they want and whenever they want.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in my home office right now. Pablo's in his little home office that he works from. Jeroen's in his. Danielle's in his. Brian's in his. I think we're all actually at home right now.
Yep, same here. Okay, but then why is this? Let's see, tuples only. Oh, -A.
Right, this is an interesting question. Someone asked, how do we manage secrets? Do we use Chef's encrypted data bags, Vault, or something else?
Yeah, Chef Vault.
Yeah, it's a combination of both. So we do Chef data bags for some things, but we use Chef Vault for all of our actual secrets that were secrets. Does GitLab hire only senior staff? No, actually, we have everything from junior engineers to regular engineers to senior engineers. The whole gamut across all actual application and service spectrums.
Someone says we should just use Hunter2 for passwords.
I agree.
You didn't hear that. You heard the bleep, but I was saying the password that we should use.
Boop.
Password is password.
Just
no,
space.
My voice is my password. Come on, man. Get your old movies correct.
So someone says you should organize such calls with your team. Yeah, we have a lot of calls whenever they are necessary. We try to work asynchronously as much as possible, but if it's necessary, we really come together in calls like this. We use video calling software quite intensively. We're not all in one country. Quite the opposite. We're all over the world.
At this point, we have people in Europe, people in US, and people in Australia.
People wearing T-shirts. Damn you, Chris.
Yeah. His summer is finishing, finally.
All right. Okay, I think, yep, those are the sequences. They are now implemented, all by 100,000.
Someone asked how big is our dev team? I think like 80 people right now. We have 160 people in total. Exactly, if you check out our team page.
Let me check if this is correct. Okay, yep. We're just checking out on select next ID from users. The users IDs.
People ask about the GitLab hoodie. That's an exclusive. Can't get that one.
Okie dokie. Okay, all sequences updated. I'll update the thing. For a sec, but I'll also share the script.
So if you're seeing this and you're interested in working for GitLab, make sure to check our website. I pasted the link there. Although it's not guaranteed that you're going to do a live stream of downtime. That's we hope to do this less and less. And if you check out any of the job applications, you will see a link there to our handbook where we also list how the whole hiring practice, interview practice is. Most people at GitLab use Macs. There's a few people using Linux machines.
Okay, let's see. Okay, next step. Remove the spam users. They are in the infra channel, supposedly.
We have IPs there.
Yeah, but they're serial blocks, no individual IPs.
Yeah. Okay. So we need to check it out.
Oh, I know one user. I guess I can move that one.
Yeah, I posted that one in chat.
Oh yeah, that's the one. Should check state ID for users. Thing is, if I remove them directly from the database, it will not remove the repo. Let's remove those users once the system runs again. So we can just use the how would you call it, the normal procedures for it.
Yeah, but the repo doesn't exist.
Oh yeah, correct. Because we already
You can just run the rate task inside the, the function inside Rails to do it.
It's gonna fail anyway.
Okay, so that one CDN user is dead, or gone, or whatever you like to call it.
What distributions is everyone using? If you're not using the correct OS, which is Mac OS.
Oh, we are starting. Oh my god.
Terrible.
Starting. Yeah, no, I'm actually using Ubuntu, well, LTS on my laptop as well. And I believe some other folks are using Arch Linux and CentOS. I already heard, and yeah, macOS. That's it, I guess.
Yeah, we got a couple, gluttons for punishment that use Gentoo.
I didn't know we had Gentoo users.
Yeah, I think I heard that Amanda is using Gentoo.
All right.
She gave up.
That's like the non-hipster version of Arch Linux. Wow. There's probably a whole bunch of Linux users getting super angry now, like, yeah, Arch Linux is not for hipsters.
The spam users are easier to block by IP than by user. Just implement the IP blocks again.
Okay, but it's that black hole. Well, wait. So how did we ban them previously? Did we just remove their user accounts, or
we
ban them on HA?
Rack attack.
We banned them in Rack Attack, and then we banned them in the proxy. But they're more banned in Rack Attack than the proxy.
Okay, but so we didn't physically remove any accounts.
Support removed several, the ones they saw, but each IP had dozens of accounts open, so it was easier to ban by IP.
Let me see if I can find anything but a black hole list.
But the blacklist is basically configured in GitLab, right? I mean, from the GUI point of view.
So we need to restore GitLab first, and then we can.
Yeah, then we can simply add them. Yeah.
The IP blacklist is in Redis. If Redis hasn't been cleared, then it's still there.
Yes,
that's true.
It's partially in Redis. Yeah.
Then nothing to do.
Well, Redis will get flushed.
I can re-add them, but it'll take some time. I just need to know when.
I'll just run a regular cache play. Okay, so there's one particular IP, there's 77 user accounts, but those might happen to be on the same block. I'm not really comfortable removing users where the IP ends in .0. Let me check. Wait, hold on. Why? Yeah, so one particular IP ends in .0. There's no users with that exact IP, but there are users with any other value of .0, so .1, 2, whatever. I think those might be valid users or whatever. Probably safest if we leave them for now and remove them when they pop up again. It's a bit annoying because we have to solve what we solved like 2 days ago. But I'd rather not remove the wrong users. We can also remove them afterwards. Let's see.
Brian, the internet wants to know what brand your headphones are from.
They're Sennheiser, but they're gaming headphones. I need some actual headphones.
I'll add the spam thing at the end. Okay, next one. Create new project records for Git repositories without the project record where the namespace path corresponds to an existing user or group. Okay, how are we going to do that? Hold on, let me just ask that infra. So that's nice, but I'll tweet in the meantime. Work for database restoration checklist.
Someone calls you cute, Jorik.
Oh, cheers. There was a restoration checklist. Removing, how would we call it? Stale data or orphan data? Gosh. I'll just hold on, just link to the document, probably easier. But let's make sure this is the public one. No, share. So anyone with this link can edit? No. Somebody have a public link for the document? Or well, it's probably someone on Twitter. Hold on, get my status.
So people in the chat are asking what we're working on. I'll link to the blog post, which will explain everything. But the too long didn't read is we accidentally deleted the production database and we're restoring it right now.
Where did this document go? There we go. Let me make sure all the stuff is there. Yes, okay. Why did my Twitter think of my phone is? Okay, but so that removing projects or creating projects thing, we basically don't have a solution for it yet. And as far as I can see, that will take some time. So I'm just going to move that towards the end so we can continue with the rest. It's nice if people add it, but it's nothing we can do. It doesn't help. Let's see. Delete repositories for unknown lost names. Okay, that seems like something we should do after that. Flush Rails Redis cache. That's doable. Worker one cluster gitlab.com. Sudo gitlab Rails console. Ironically, that one complains. But
why did we rely on HA proxy and not use the cloud provider's load balancer?
I'm not sure. John, Pablo, maybe can comment on that. if they're here.
So we're using HA proxy as a so Azure's load balancer is just a basic load balancer, and it just does IP distribution based upon source of destination hashing, however you want to do it. The load balancing that we're doing in HA proxy is more granular than that. So, for example, we dynamically load balance HTTPS and SSH sessions across our host. We use sticky sessioning when your session gets upgraded to a WebSocket session. We choose to do certain kinds of redirects based upon how we want to filter traffic when we're doing tests or analysis sometimes. All levels of flexibility that aren't really afforded with the stock Azure load balancer. So we've got to run our own in front of that to get granularity and fine-grained control over our environment.
Fun fact, when I run Rails cache clear, it times out with a Redis connection error. That's probably because it takes, like it has to clear too much data. Gosh. What was the rake task again? I'll just run that.
How big is our Redis cluster now?
Rake cache clear. We're making sure that there's no any like bogus session data or whatever stored in Redis, or like project caches that get messed up, that sort of thing. Okay, so Gitlab rake cache clear is running. Next one, attempt to restore webhooks if possible, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Do that in the meantime. I'll disconnect from production. Off we go to staging. db1 staging gitlab.com. Let's see what will be the best way for this. Let's see, I'll just move my files back into that one directory. What was the rsync command again to just run it without doing any checksumming? Because I just want some files from one directory moved back to the previous one. The MV can't do merging. Skip based on checksum, force fixed.
Oops, sorry, AV, sorry, I was on mute.
Okay.
rsync-AV, it'll add things that are missing and not delete things that aren't there because that's the archive flag.
Okay. Sudo sync AV firewall gitlab SSL data firewall gitlab replicator SSL data. Oh, doesn't take a star, of course. Sending incremental file list onto source. Yes, okay. Okay, so do transfer SQL data. So 1 gig, that's funny. Rsync here. So there's 1 gig left in the directory, but rsync is stating it's done. That's interesting. Let's see. Data base 16. Oh, of course, it copies it. Never mind, dumbass. Okay. Maybe I can just change the data directory for GitLab SQL data post. That's GitLab SQL data backup SQL conf. use data in a non-type directory. Okay. Yeah, so we can just change the data directory. So what I will do is I will rename the backup back to the normal one. Backup for PostgreSQL data. Then I will change the config file to that will be interesting. Let's see if that will PostgreSQL.conf. Oh, Gitlab PostgreSQL data. So I moved the data. I hate env. It's when you give it one path and then the other, it moves it in the directory. So env.
All about trailing slashes, my friend.
Yeah. Started data backup. Whoever thought that was a good idea. So then we remove the trailing slash. So then we moved it again. God damn it. Why? So data backup was data env data port sudo env data backup data sudo ls data. Okay. Sudo vim data PostgreSQL.conf data directory. The default files is the address for the command optional PG data environment firewall represented as PG here. So I can also just change the D thing. Sudo vim etc. service PostgreSQL. Question is where is that service file located? Okay, service. Does anybody know where we store the run it service definitions for PostgreSQL? They're not in opt GitLab embedded service and not in / etc. service.
Sorry, what are you looking for?
The run it service file for PostgreSQL.
I thought it's opt GitLab SV.
Ah. Yeah, there it is. Run. Let's see, it's the correct one. Yeah, okay, so I can just change the data directory there. It's at far of GitLab replicator. So I will change that GitLab replicator. Post GitLab CTL start PostgreSQL. Let's see if that will work. Okay, meantime, Rails cache is done. PostgreSQL starting up, that's probably it to do its recoveries thing. It takes a while. Let's see. Yes, now it fails, of course, teal, log, GitLab, PostgreSQL command. Oh, permissions, of course. Sudo chown, GitLab, PSQL, GitLab, PSQL, GitLab.
I will actually start the staging DB to actually get the webhook data from it, if that's okay.
I'm doing that already.
Sorry?
So I'm working on that already.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so it's now running the automated recovery. Which will probably take a few minutes. In the meantime, gradually start workers. We'll just wait for that. We are currently attempting to restore lost webhooks. Let's see. Still recovering. Just run that till. So that recovery will take some time. Basically, time. Single side process. Yeah, recovering. Okay. Consistent recovery state reached invalid magic number locks that regional mask. No, what? Okay, recovery is still running. Well, this is the boring part, waiting for the recovery to be done. Let's see, in the meantime, anything we can do. I guess we can test if the connection works. Worker 1, cloud trigger.
I'm getting the list of updated repos after time.
Right.
It's going to take a while.
Yeah. Well, with, what is it? I would say about 20 hours of downtime. Any extra bit of time doesn't really matter that much anymore. Let's see, user count. Let's see if that works. Yeah, okay, so the workers can connect. Let's see. It's done. Auto vacuum launcher. Yay. Okay, recovery done. HT productions. On the right. All these database systems ready to access connection. Oh, of course, I have to change the data directory. H far off GitLab replicator. That's a SQL. Oh, but of course it runs on a different port. There we go. Select star from webhooks. Please produce data. Yes! Okay, that's 43,000-ish webhooks we can restore. Let's see, the last one being from, let's see, select next, created at from webhooks. The last one being from 1712 UTC. So let's hope people didn't create webhooks after that. Boy, how do I dump this again? PG dump. PG dump. Sudo lots GitLab embedded bin PG dump. Let's see. I'll just tweet that. Let's see. Okay, PG dump. The data directory is at as far off GitLab replicator SQL. The host of the port is 5431. We'll only want data, so it's -A. We only want the webhooks table, so that's -T space webhooks. Let's see. Don't really need compression. The output file will be webhooks.sql. There we go. Oh, of course, let's get user. Let's go. And the database is.
Someone is asking what webhooks do.
They're triggered whenever you, for example, push the repository. They can then send like a request to some URL, like a Slack channel, for example. But you can also use them for example, external CI services.
It's an event.
Yeah.
It's triggering an event.
Okay. Oh, of course, it doesn't have permission to that. Cater SQL. Let's see how much that is. So that's about 7.7 megabytes. That's not that much. So copy, okie. We don't need that stack value. Except that later if necessary. Okay, so I'll move that file to my local directory, show it so I can access it. Okay, then I open the close staging, SCP, home, webhooks, SQL. We will SCP that directly to db1 cluster gitlab.com. SQL.
It's a random thing. Carlos says, have you guys ever met each other in person? So the answer is yes. Every 9 months we get together and have a GitLab Summit where we all hang out, and the whole purpose is just to hang out and meet your fellow employees.
Okay, SCP, CP, webhooks, common fish. There. You are in the local copy. Keyboard cluster GitLab.com. Check it. Yes. Yes. Let's see. Copy webhooks. Constant in. I think I can just run that directly. IV, webhooks, SQL. Let's go to GitLab production. Was it again IC or something? There's webhooks.sql. Select and star webhooks. See. Okay, so that's up to date. The last value. Okay, so webhooks restored. I'll tweet that. Just move this from the staging. CDO system or CDO stop.
Someone was asking if we should have had a disaster recovery plan. And I don't think it was a lack of a disaster recovery plan that doomed us. It was not accounting for the backups, or the most recent backup being on a staging server with a tiny, tiny disk in a remote data center. That's what doomed us.
Oh, and the backup procedure is not working, stuff like that. Let's see, DB1 cluster. Okay, so it's copied, it's imported, tweet, webhooks restored, and the webhooks created prior to January 31st, 1720 BTC restored. And next one, gradually start workers. Okay, let's just start with one. Knife, worker. Worker one. Okay, SSH. Sudo GitLab CTL start unicorn cyclic. That of course only starts the first one. So I suspect we'll get a bunch of century errors because there's probably stuff still in queues that doesn't have any commits or whatever for which the project does not exist. Let's see. Maybe it's yeah.
So if you're joining us more recently, there is, if you just scroll down on the comments, there's some links to some common questions like what caused this in the first place.
Yeah, and people are asking, will the disaster recovery plan change? I don't think the plan will change, but more verification will be needed for sure.
Right. We had a backup plan in place, but we, to our shock and dismay, found empty S3 buckets today when we went to go recover from backup.
So the people might think we didn't have a procedure. We had backup procedures in place. They just didn't work.
Yes.
That's an unfortunate problem.
And I think a description of why they didn't work will be included in the postmortem for sure.
Yes.
Definitely.
Because it was it's like a plane crash. It was 5 different things had to happen.
Yeah, it was actually.
Sorry, go ahead.
When I read the Slack messages this morning, it reminded me exactly of a plane crash where one thing goes wrong, the next thing goes wrong. The pilot is tired and stressed from those things going wrong, and then they don't see the dial pointing at their altitude being low, and boom.
It's like this TV series where they, where they investigate the crashes, and it's like, why did this plane crash? We have procedures, and it's like, oh, the button for the procedure was broken, for example, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if people are asking, don't you have database replication and all that? Of course we do. It was a couple of new types of spam. A couple of new types of spam hit us at the same time, and it broke replication, which was how this whole thing ended up happening.
Okay, so Unicorn and Psychic are running. Okay, now starting middle room. Okay, so I think I'm gonna take the deploy page offline. The arrow of truth. Deploy page, disable. Well, we'll see if it works.
So there are many comments have asked if we're going to fire the person who ran the RM. If you think about it from a different direction, because our backup procedures didn't work, we had no backup. And so if that same person didn't make a backup 6 hours before, we would be much more screwed right now, or we would be much more screwed if some disaster took out our database then. So if anything, we need to buy them a round of beers or whatever it was suggested in the chat.
It's also worth mentioning.
Hey, your GitLab's not back online. We're shunting traffic, man.
We're blocking traffic away. We only have a set of whitelisted IPs.
Oh, okay. I did not know.
I'm gonna go in.
What? Well, that's confusing.
Yeah.
But it looks good so far in terms of actually
Just
being there.
Block, whatever.
There we go. I deleted it. I'm gonna tweet the current status.
Okay,
What I was going to say, like the firing, that's one thing. I mean, I'm talking, of course, about myself, but as some people in Hack News, for example, stated, which is true, that if you make that mistake, that person won't make it again. If they do, then you can fire them. So you can either fire somebody that will not make the mistake again, or make sure that the mistake is not made again. Or you can fire somebody who might make a mistake.
How are you going to be firing someone that makes a mistake? Seriously. Seriously. I mean, it's part of learning process. I mean, yeah, it was a hard mistake. It was bad, whatever. But I mean, if you have ever done any operations at all, you are going to make a mistake sooner or later. The mistake can be larger or smaller. Well, this is a large one. What are you going to do? But it's not the fault of the person. The fault is on the whole company. It's on the process. It's on running really fast, and not actually stop to check that what we're doing is actually going to work fine. Are you going to be firing every developer that does not write tests?
It's like throwing away experience out of the window.
Yeah, it's also that I personally firmly believe that the ideal environment is one where you can make these mistakes. You can recover from it in, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes. That it doesn't mean you should be making them, but your environment should allow for failure, basically. And that's something you can solve partially by education documentation and so on, but a large portion of that is also automation. And in this case, it's kind of like playing Jenga. Like one person may knock over the tower, but it was already like very wobbly and unstable up to that point, so it was only a matter of time. Let's see. So people are saying conflicting things. Is Gitlab.com open for the public again, or?
Yeah, it seems so.
Let me check. Just.
Oh wait.
I'll just check from some different IP.
Yeah, we're getting traffic. We're getting traffic in.
Pablo?
Yep.
We are seeing your calendar. Just want to give you a heads up.
Pablo, you're sharing your screen.
Yeah.
But which screen?
Okay, now it's gone.
Yeah.
Why
is it not showing what I do?
It works from a random IP, so it's open to the public again. I'll tweet.
Yeah. So I'm not sure, John, but I guess the whitelist is just not in or active or out, but we need to.
That's interesting.
Yeah, no, it was in.
Yeah.
So it's not working. That's good.
That's great to know.
Let me see if you can see Grafana now. If it allows me to. You see Grafana now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we're getting traffic in. That's what I wanted to say.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So what remains is we create the outage issue. I will do that shortly. Before that, I need to run to the grocery store before I close this. We have the creating new project records that is being taken care of, right?
Yeah, I'm getting the list of projects that were updated after the backup, so we can walk the database to see whatever's invalid.
Okay. So the deleting is also being taken care of. Yes, spam users. Yeah, not sure what we need to do there. Because the CDN user is removed, and the remaining users they'll start spamming again, and we can just remove them again. So I think that closed.
We also got a confirmation that webhooks are already working, so that's good.
That's awesome.
I do want to point out, because merge requests state may be inconsistent with actual reality, we may need to communicate. If you merge something, you may have to update that merge request, or push the master will cause that merge request to be updated to be empty, right?
I think that Sean was working on a blog post about that to explain what to do now.
Okay, but so if the state is incorrect, what can people do to resolve it? Just close the merge request and recreate it, or push, or?
Well, so if it's merged, right, the only thing you can really do is just close it.
Well, so Nick here mentions that there's a merge request which is set to open, but he claims that the state is inconsistent with what is on the disk.
Right, so it might have been merged, right? And
right, but then GitLab should notify, like, hey, this thing is already merged, like in the merge request. Hold on, I'll ask.
so what will happen in that case is when you push the master will update that merge request, and the diff will be empty, right? Because it's already been merged.
Oh, right. Okay, good point. I'll tweet that.
So you could imagine doing something where you look at the merge base and see if the thing has actually been merged and just update the state, but that's probably hard to do for every repo.
There we go. It's a little bit of a vague tweet, but okay, so it's running. I would say snapshot the hell out of that thing. Now that it's running. Pretty pleased.
Yeah, and let's start making these backups.
Yeah. So LVM, can we enable disk snapshots without stopping the VMs?
So snapshot first, backups, second-ish, replication.
Yeah.
In that order?
Yeah, so,
Not necessarily. I mean, we're multiple people. We can parallelize.
Let's do the snapshot first, and then we can parallelize. So in
Yep.
the worst case, we have a snapshot.
Yeah. All right.
Just a replication that will probably, I don't know, take an hour at least because it has to sync.
Yeah, so what I actually prefer is just, I will do the snapshots from the DB1 production, then I will actually fix the S3 upload for from worker 1 to have the backup. And at that time, I will actually execute the replication part to DB2.
Okay. For the sake of it, can we then maybe like add an extra replica or two maybe?
I don't know if today.
No, okay, well, whatever. Let's get rid of DB2.
Let's get to stable.
Yeah, all right.
Get some rest. Tomorrow we'll see.
Let's see how close it's equal doing.
So the spammers are back. I mean, that's a good sign, right?
Nothing like Korean porn.
This is nice people.
Also, our like database idle connections are up to like 850 again. I think I checked the database config, but we set up a pool of 25 connections, despite Sidekick only having 6 threads and Unicorn only having 1. So I think 10 should be more than enough. Let's see if we can actually reduce that. Chef repo. Roles. Processes. Is that it? No. There's Unicorn. Oh. DB pool, there we go. Get about cluster base. We rig edit role. Gitlab cluster base. Okay, so the current DB pool size is 25 per process. I will reduce that to 10, which will save us 15 per process. 20 times 20, 415. Should save us about 6,000 connections in theory, but not all of them are used. So we'll see. Apply. Drop DB pool size from 25 to 10. Commit that. Push to def, which fails. Rebase. Git push origin master reset and chef. Then we do rig unicorn load. That should be graceful. That's reloading. That's Sidekick reload. Okay, that's restarting Sidekick.
Okay, snapshots are created, and I will now start the backup. So it actually can, well, get some load from the backup. So
does the backup still run on worker 1?
yes.
Okay, but then it will still fail because it will try to use PG9 too.
Well, we can see, right? I mean,
no, that will happen guaranteed.
Yeah. So it's the things are there. We just need to change the pointer. So on worker 1, we're missing the magic file that says link to the 961 embedded instead of the 92.
there's two things you can do. You can create far opt GitLab process SQL data, PG version, blah, blah, blah. Or we can run the backup procedure on DB1. Well, I'm not sure if that, because DB1 does run an up-to-date GitLab version now. That might be easier, but I'll put the alternative in infrastructure.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Oh, actually, just
Korean spam coming in.
Yeah, it's new IPs.
Yeah, it started 2 minutes ago.
These people.
Hey guys, how's it going? I see that we're back online.
We are.
So, like with the spammers, they probably just keep hammering. They're not like, oh, the page is down. Let's just keep trying. It's like, why would you bother checking the status? But let's see if my idle is working. Oh, interesting enough, not really. That's curious. Apply the right thing. Or maybe this is just a load. Oh no, apparently it's still using 25. What the hell? That's nice. Oh. Okay, I need food. I didn't run Chef Client. Nice. Let's go Chef Client. Yeah, so just complete my checklist.
Should we update the blog post? Just thinking. I have no idea.
Wouldn't hurt.
Update the blog post with us being up again?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Stupid chef still complains about Gitlab.
if we're confident that everything is up and running, I can add a message that we're online again.
Yeah, it's up and running.
All right, I'll add a message.
We're just trying to scope the damage, and we're fighting with spam again. But that's pretty much it.
Is there a replication backup?
No.
Okay, we should probably get that up.
Yeah, so we have snapshots. We're getting the regular backup first, and then the replication again. Let me just recover some infrastructure issues. We just answered that.
I just heard an echo. That's weird.
Oh, okay. Somebody probably watching the stream. Sorry, what was the question? Oh, I guess that was also the echo. Let's see. Well, thanks to Google Cache, I can pull my my issues out of Google Cache. Well, minus the markdown, but whatever. Oh, I guess that issue is not terribly useful because it's the old one. I'll use the show page to sign in. Let's get GitLab Community Edition. GitLab org, GitLab C. share this. I guess while we're at it, let's first import.
What are you guys now working on to tell the audience and possibly end the stream as well?
Jeroen is doing the backups to make sure we have at least a backup. The current state, we have a snapshot. I'm restoring some data specific to gitlab.com that I'm grabbing from Google Cache.
I'm walking the file system to detect whatever got updated after the point of the recovery. So we see if these are invalid repos.
So there's some sort of post restore cleanup going on.
John, what are you working on?
So I am pulling out the whitelisting that we had on our HA proxy and then adding some more of the spammers to our block list so we don't get taken down with that.
Redis just moved master. It's complicating my life.
Convenient. Well, at least that works.
There's no replication alert.
I actually scheduled downtime for that.
Sorry for what?
Oh, for the replication.
Oh.
That will come back whenever we start it.
It's jumping around. It went from 9 to 6 to 10.
It looks like they're still agreeing.
Yeah, I mean, they're all showing as good, but, well, no, 8 is gone. But the ones that are up have no errors. It's just masters being moved around.
Maybe load or something because it's probably.
They're catching up.
Yeah.
They actually got a lot of hit at the beginning, and it looks like now it's starting to plateau. So it's Redis 7 is the current master.
No, it's on 10 now.
Aha.
Dot 10. I don't know if that's Redis 7 or not.
So people are excited to keep the stream going to YouTube. So unless anyone has any problems with that, I'm just going to keep it open.
Yeah, I'll be signing off in like a few minutes to get some dinner and then write up the audit report. But I'll do that over the course of the evening. But so I'll be dropping off the stream.
Just work as normal. Like if you're leaving, leave. We'll have to find a natural point to end anyway.
Anyway, in that case, I'll hop off. Cheers, everybody.
Anyone problems with opening Redis connection from the database server? Because that will actually help us with the rake task to do the backup.
What was the question?
at this point, we need to open up an TCP connection to Redis from the database server. Otherwise, we actually cannot run a rake task to do a backup. If that's okay.
I mean, I prefer it not happen, but let's just go ahead and do it.
At this stage, just do it.
Okay.
Let's get stable.
Yep.
I mean, that's just creating the mapping in Azure for the network peering.
It's really interesting watching these spammers spin up threads. The bot requests, they all do the same thing.
So people have been asking, and we do some kind of rate limiting, right, on GitLab.com.
We do. Not as much as we should, but we do.
All right, Jeroen, I have removed the blocks between the prod DB and our Redis cluster, so you can go ahead and run the backups from there.
Awesome. Also change the security group, or?
It's just to change it. We actually have like some hard segmentation there, so it's adding those to the peering group so that they can talk to each other.
Oh, okay, cool.
Someone asked if GitLab plans on making our search better. And yes, I have heard our product team talk about making our search more specific and giving you the ability to search with more than just a keyword.
Yeah, so it depends a bit on what you're talking about, right? So we support Elasticsearch right now on GitLab Enterprise Edition, but it's not yet active on GitLab.com. So this plays a large factor in how fast it is and how specific it is. In addition, we're aware with the other issues that of search, and of course we want to expand it. So yeah, we have quite a few plans. If you're talking about, for instance, specifically on issues, we recently shipped a change for that, and we want to expand that. But also when you're talking about code search and looking for specific things. So there's much to do, and search is a very wide topic. So. Yeah.
Load is stabilizing and builds seem to be growing up. Not shared runners though. Seems to be all private runners.
Someone in the chat says, I would love to filter by language, for instance, Python or C++ projects. Yeah, this is something we've been thinking about. I think this makes a lot of sense. And we know that some other products do this quite well. So yeah. If you have a question you want to ask us, start your message with GitLab or @GitLab, because then it highlights it for me. It's easier to see. The CI runner should be up, I suppose, right, guys? Shared runners.
Private are working. Shared runners, I'm not seeing any. We're checking that. I'm wrong. They're going up. They're starting. It's going to take a while, but they are starting.
People are asking what are we drinking. I drink coffee a lot. I know that Pablo's drinking mate, and York was probably drinking tea. Anything else?
Besides beer and wine?
I didn't say besides.
So I'm drinking a Diet Coke right now, but I started the morning off drinking some Death Wish coffee.
People asking about the different operating systems that we use. Most people use Mac OS. There's a lot of people using Linux in various distributions as well. Do we know where the spammers originate from? Like, were the IP addresses all from a particular country?
They're split pretty evenly between Asia, Europe, and the US. They're using new net blocks every time they hit. So we can ban the net blocks, but they'll just come from another one in 20 minutes.
I don't know what keyboard Yorick is using, but I know that he had Topper switches.
The Happy Hacker Pro is what he's using.
Oh, the Happy Hacker Pro, okay. So people are asking, what does it actually mean to spam GitLab.com? It means spamming like anything else. So sometimes people post many comments or create many public projects and try to find ways that they can use GitLab as a CDN, basically. We decided to stream this because we were working on this and we prefer to operate in the open as much as possible. So we figured, why not share what we're working on? People are sad that they can't send us beer because we don't have an office. Although that sounds very interesting, I think we still prefer to work from home than starting an office somewhere.
We should start one of those Patreons so they can pay us the beers and we just buy them from there. We have the tech.
Job should have given his own address. You would have cases and cases of beer.
I'm not a very good beer drinker. Like I stop after like 2 beers. It just fills me too much. So I wouldn't be a good one.
Which means it's going to take more time for you to drink them all.
It's true, but it gets bad at one point. So people are asking, can they recover lost projects? And I think the answer is no.
Well, there shouldn't be any lost repo data. It should
Right.
just be the issues.
So if you committed data and the repo is there, so we tried this yesterday with Robert. So and actually Robert's on. So what was your finding, Robert? So if they created a project with the same name as what they had before, it should succeed, right?
Yeah, the new project will just show up and the repository will be there.
Yeah. So if you had a project that you created and you committed data that you pushed, and the project's no longer there in the interface, go ahead and recreate the project name the same as what it was before, and then it will show up.
If it's in the same namespace, obviously.
Correct. Yeah, it has to be the same namespace as it was before, identical.
Yeah, but what is going to be lost is whatever issues, merge requests, etc. That's gone. The repos are there. In fact, after the database outage.
I believe we have a rig task that can create projects based on what repos are there on the disk. Would that cause a crazy performance problem running that on all of gitlab.com?
Yes, plus you have some other issues as well with some older projects failed to delete, so you're recreating them. So you won't want that, at least at this time.
That makes sense. Don't want that.
We're not really concerned about security issues with this stream. We're not sharing anything we're not willing to share. So people are asking, most of you have a blackboard in the back, and I think they refer to you mostly, John. Why do you have a blackboard in the back?
You know, sometimes it's just easier to be able to turn around and whiteboard a solution on it. I mean, I also have scraps of paper that I write on too. I'm just a visual person, I guess, when it comes to that. Personal preference, I guess.
People are asking where you're from, Pablo. You're Spanish, right?
I'm also Spanish, yes. I was born in Argentina, and then I moved to Spain when I was 20-something. And got the Spanish citizenship.
So we worked with rsync. Why didn't we use netcat and pigs for help and speed of the copy?
Sure. So in previous job lifetimes, especially when I was on like a local LAN, I have done down and dirty things like tar pipe to netcat and then run it back out to tar again. In this instance, because of the fragility of the data that we were in, data state that we were in, so you get a copy of the data over here, and it needs to get to point B in pristine condition. We used rsync because rsync guaranteed us checksumming of the source and the destination, so we could be 100% certain that what we ended up on the other side was exactly what we started with on the origin side.
Redis master is jumping around again. And John, I have a few more net blocks I posted. I don't think you saw them though.
I just saw the one that was the 119 starting.
Yeah, I'll send them direct to you.
Thank you, sir.
So someone is asking, working without working hours, doesn't it shake the work-life balance? I mean, you're never truly free to spend time with your family, right? Well, actually, I think it's quite the opposite. You spend the time on your work that you need to do on your work, and no more than that. And all the other time is yours. So you don't need to commute. You don't need to go somewhere. You don't even need to get dressed. Like, it's probably a good idea if you're doing a live stream on YouTube to get dressed, but in all other ways, you have so much more time. If in between this stream, I went to have dinner with my wife, which I think is really nice to take a break, and it took me a second to get to the place where I was going to have dinner, and a second to get back to work. And when I'm done, I turn off my computer and I'm done. And I think that far outweighs any other kind of job that is not remote.
Yeah, I'll echo Joe in that I think it's the opposite, right? So when you are as flexible as we are, and you're working remote, and your team is distributed around the globe, you can plan your life around making sure that you're there for the things that are important to you in your personal life, right? So picking your kids up from school, being there with your kids after school, going on dates with your significant other, all those things are purposeful. Then you take the other times and you work, and you kind of augment your schedule to get that balance. I really think that the people that are on our team actually have a really good work-life balance in terms of they're working when they feel productive, they're cranking out solutions when they're productive, and then they're spending their downtime recharging when they feel that it's appropriate for them to recharge.
So someone is asking, I'm still a student and I'm considering doing a master in computer science. Did you all do a master in computer science, and how does this master in particular benefit your day-to-day job? I speak for myself, starting as an engineer. I studied neuroscience, so not even related. I know that many of the Gitlab team members do have masters, some have PhDs, but there's also many without any college degrees or with just a bachelor. So it all depends. Maybe someone with a master can reply in computer science.
I just decided not to get a master, if that is valid as well. Anyway, if it were to do one, I was gonna do like machine learning, but then GitLab offered me this job, and I was like, yeah, that sounds a lot of fun. And so far, I don't think I miss it. But yeah, the real judge is probably someone with a master's degree.
I always like to think that the master gives you depth. It gives you a bit more depth. Does it help you in your day-to-day job? It depends on what kind of job you're going to do, right? If you do a master into a database or even a PhD, and you will work every day building one, for instance, it will probably help you greatly. Can you do the same things without a master? Of course. Like, a master is just a piece of paper that says that you've studied something extensively. So it's all up to what you want to do. I do have to say that I've never regretted a day in my life studying, even though I don't work in neuroscience anymore. Yeah, if you have the opportunity to study, you should always consider it. It's always a good opportunity, at least.
Is there a neuroscience equivalent of RM minus RF?
Yeah, that is killing whatever you're working with.
Well, we have the upper hand in that situation because we can bring it back.
So someone is asking, on our team page, it says last seen if you hover over the map. It has to do with when that person was last logged into the tool that we use, which is from Teleport Sundial. Nothing else. Theoretically, you can put a thing on your phone that tracks and updates that map whenever you are moving somewhere, but I think no one actually uses that at GitLab, and we just update it whenever we move. We use Chef and Terraform. Do we have a quota of work that needs to be done each week? and everyone has to contribute to a certain amount of work, or it varies depending on the task at hand. So it varies very much on what you're doing and what kind of function you are. Usually your work is pretty well scoped out. And for most functions, I would say that there's more work to be done than you have time. So you have to prioritize, do the work you can do, or do the most important work, and then stop when you've worked enough.
One thing to mention is that I just got the list of all the repos that were created or modified after 5.20 yesterday. And we are talking about walking this list and creating any repo that doesn't exist on the database as a private repo. So we can at least recover that. Because if you try to create it, it's going to be a random of whatever shard you fall in, so you may not get your previous repo back. So this is probably the easiest way to recover this data. So don't create it.
Someone is asking an interesting question, whether we have any employees that are deaf or hard of hearing. And a professor at the National Technical Institute for the Deaf is asking. So I don't know. I honestly have no idea about that. That's also not something we record somewhere.
I know just from our last summit that we do have some employees that are hard of hearing and do require hearing assistance. We've got 3 or 4 that have hearing aids, either for partial hearing loss or full hearing loss. So yeah, yes, we do. Felipe shouted out to me. Somebody asked again about the S3. Can you explain what was the issue with S3? There wasn't really an issue with S3 per se. We have a backup process that's supposed to take a SQL backup of the database and then upload that to Amazon S3. There were 2 different failure points that made that stop working, and we're fixing those right now to get them working back again. We use S3 as a off-site, different, resource provider storage so that we can actually have backups in Azure and then safety backups somewhere else.
So what I'm starting to do, I'm starting to record all the questions that people are asking, and then we'll just make a blog post out of all the random trivia that the people are interested in. Like, what keyword is Jordan using?
Someone asked what this did to us as a team, and if it was a lot of stress and if there was a lot of blaming going back and forth. And I feel like that was a really strong point today, where from the first minute it happened, it was like, okay, this is really bad, but let's focus on the problem. And I was actually really proud of how the team treated each other and spoke towards each other. And I think team-wise, today was a high day for us, even though we will not be trying to repeat this as a team-building exercise anytime soon.
Yeah, well, I mean, so speaking as somebody who's done this career now for 20 years, and the people that are talking about how could that happen, let me just tell you, if it hasn't happened to you, just wait. You haven't been doing it long enough.
It's not if, it's when.
Right. So, and in those things, it's a good team and a good foundation, and I think it's a lot of different things, right? So, one of the things is that we're all teammates and we all understand the fact that it can happen to anybody. So there's no need to throw blame around. That doesn't help anything. It doesn't solve the problem. 2, working in a company that we work at that's completely transparent, and we're completely transparent with how we do business from top to bottom. So knowing how we work, how we respond, how the company reacts, gets you things like, I know for a fact that while Sitz is disappointed that this happened, he's not angry at the person that did it, right? And knowing that your management has your back, and knowing that we're all banding together as a team to resolve it goes a really long way to making sure that there's no finger pointing or hard feelings about what happened.
So someone asked, how do you guys manage all employees from across different time zones? So we would do what you would always otherwise do in an office, but we just do it asynchronously through video calls, etc. It's not really that different. I think the main difference is that we have a very strong emphasis on make sure you do everything asynchronously, meaning write it down, have a single source of truth, and then the rest you figure it out. Different time zones is less of a problem than you might think it is, because if you have a one-on-one call between someone, you can almost always make that work at some point during the day. And all other things, yeah, there's if you do it well, there's little more coordination needed than that. I also post a link to a blog I wrote about it, but someone else asks, have you calculated the cost of using cloud versus metal? Yeah, so we blogged about this extensively because we were thinking about moving to bare metal. And the first thought we had was, yeah, bare metal is actually much, much cheaper, right? We buy all this hardware once and then we're done, which is about equal to 1 month or 2 months of cloud usage. But then you have to factor in all the people that you need to actually run this whole cloud. And then suddenly it starts to get much more expensive and also much more complex.
Okay, so the database backup is running. I'm also going to change some roles in Chef. That actually we have like a DB backup role that we can just attach to DB1 or DB2 or whatever we want.
Oh, also be aware, I removed the staging role from worker one blessed when we started this 18 hours ago.
All right. Okay.
So do people asking like, well, will you make sure this will never happen again? Yes, we will make sure this never happens again.
So there's work to be done there. We just recovered. I mean, something like 10 hours ago or 11 hours ago, I was waking up to find this, oh, shoot. But we're back, and that's great. Now, the next step is to actually start investigating how do we got here and what do we need to do. We're going to be public and transparent about that too. So yes, we're going to be doing everything we can, and we're going to actually open that to the whole community so we can actually get more ideas.
So someone is asking, for someone who wasn't active during the gap in data, are we safe to go forward without worrying about our data? And John is shaking his head, saying yes.
So if you weren't active during the gap in data, you are completely safe and fine to go forward. Nothing has affected you. It was as if nothing ever happened.
Gitlab, why did you start to use Rails in the beginning? I don't know. Dimitri started it, and I think at the time it was the hot framework, and also it allows us to iterate very quickly. So that's a very good reason to use something. If you can build stuff quickly and move quickly, you have a big advantage over anyone else not being able to move quickly. And we stuck with it. We are slowly replacing parts of it with Go and splitting off some parts. But for a large part, we're doing still a lot of work in Rails.
Someone's
John.
asking if we consider using Chaos Monkey. That's a fun question.
We kind of have it, right?
Someone asked if we've ever met in person. We, every 9 months, the company flies us all out to a all-inclusive hotel, and we have a really great time for a week. And we were just all together in Mexico a few weeks ago, had a great time.
So for people asking for like an FAQ, I'll share with you the blog post. You can also check it out on our website about gitlab.com, where we wrote extensively about everything that happened. We'll also be publishing a blog post in the future about the lessons that we learned and what we're doing next, etc.
Like a really serious question I just got was, is your iron still on? No, it is basically powered off. The last time I checked. Actually, I'm actually not using that a lot. But yeah, no, I'm now actually at my attic working. So this is like storage, VS, and desk if I need to work at home. So yeah.
Someone asked, what is the biggest challenge for a distributed team? I can speak of one I've seen, is that when you're in an office with people, you can see when someone's taking a coffee break, or you can see when they're not busy concentrating, and when is a good time to interrupt them, where you get some benefits there. I still think working remotely, we have benefits that outweigh those benefits, but there are some benefits to being in an office. You see when someone's taking a coffee break, you see when they're not, when they're on Facebook or whatever, and you can quickly interrupt them and ask them the question you wanted to ask or have the conversation. That is something we don't have, and we need to work around that, but it also makes us think about, okay, do I really need to interrupt them now, or can I write it down in a place where they can answer later? And as such, we have very little interruptions throughout the day, which makes us productive.
John, the internet needs to know, and this is very important, why are you not using over-ear headphones?
You know, that's a good question. I have some. They're next to me. I think when we started this thing, it's because I have my laptop bag sits on my desk with me, and in my side pouch was my Apple headphones. So it was just quickest for me to pull them out and start this conversation that way.
Someone asked, do we use Java? No, we do not. So someone asked, maybe you can speak a little bit more about the backups and the restoration process that failed. Were the backups corrupted? What exactly went wrong with the backups?
Yeah, so we have multiple backup scenarios. Of course, beginning with the replication where it all went wrong. Replication is not backup, just, I just wanted to put it here in. But the replication part went wrong when there was a lot of load in our production database server, primary node. Then you will actually get some latency. And when the latency comes bigger, it actually stops replicating. So there's just that. After that failing, and well, the rest of the story, the backups were actually not there in S3. It has nothing to do with the upload mechanism that just works fine. It actually had to do with the backup itself. The backup failed because we basically did some manual thingies and custom thingies which actually were interfering with our backup solution. We are just using the normal rake backup task that everybody can do, right, with Omnibus. So that's no magic. But because there were some permissions issues and some other things that were actually wrong, no backups were created, basically, which is really, really, really bad. And monitoring that will actually trigger when a backup fails was also broken. So that didn't help as well. The emails that actually were sent out was actually caught by our DMARC stuff. So meaning we won't receive them anymore. And basically we didn't receive any mail because then all is fine, right? So yeah.
That everyone wants to know what kind of room you're sitting in. They think it's a bathroom.
I'm at my home office. Behind me, the curtain does look like a shower curtain, so that makes total sense that they think I'm in a bathroom.
Live from Gitlab, a shower.
There's been a lot of questions about our stack. Have we considered language X to improve this? Have we considered framework Y to improve that? I'll take a stab at it, but let's some of the guys who's been here longer fill in the blanks. The problem with that would be if our competition took a break for the next 2 years, everybody competing with us just stopped for 2 years, then and our clients kept paying us to do nothing, then yeah, maybe we would sit back and really plan out and try out some different frameworks and see which one could solve the problem better and build it from scratch. But when you're in the middle of a race, you don't stop to go buy better running shoes. You're going to have to make do. And so we have some really clever engineers who is helping us overcome whatever limitations Ruby and Rails have. And where Ruby is not performant enough, we're using Go. And where Rails doesn't do the job, we are adding components in where we have aspects of our architecture that intercepts requests before the Rails server even gets them. And so, yeah, switching is not an option at all. We will be using Ruby on Rails and replacing pieces with Go where we need them to perform better. But yeah, that is how we're heading forward, using Vue.js on the front end. Anybody more technical than me or who's been here longer got more thoughts on that?
I always people go by the fact how well Rails has enabled us to go where we came from and how fast we can iterate, what Job already said. And it's actually, as a developer, pleasant to work in. Yeah, like it's so mature. There's a library for everything. I've been playing around with some other stuff, but so far Rails has been, at least for like professional development, a joy to working. It's well documented as well. So I feel like the whole question is based so negatively against Rails. And even though Ruby and Rails both have their flaws, they served us incredibly well so far. So.
Someone is asking, I want pages in CE. Well, I have good news for you. February 22nd, pages will be in GitLab CE. Another person is asking, have you considered using Puma instead of Unicorn for the Ruby web servers? We have considered that, but it didn't work really well for us. I think we had some problems with memory leaks. If it would work for us, we would probably use it. Someone asks, how is the recovery process coordinated? Well, we're all together in a call here. That's about it. Working together in the same place asynchronously as we usually do.
And it's done, so I'd say pretty well coordinated.
I don't think there was a recovery process for this type of recovery.
Oh, we actually we did it when the recovery started. I mean, there was a Yorick and John doing stuff to basically start a process, and then we got together in the call, and then we started basically fleshing it out as in what do we need to do, and we just brainstormed right there and write down the process. You have it in the document, actually.
Yeah, from the moment we actually started, I mean, Chris was on the call with us, and Chris opened up a doc, and we started bullet pointing what happened, what do we want to do to fix it, what are our planned outcomes, and what do we need to change afterwards. So, I mean, we started early on executing on that doc, and or building that doc, and then followed through with the execution of it.
Someone asked a few times whether we're familiar with Concourse CI. I am. I've used it a number of times. It's a very nice CI. I would love to see it well integrated in GitLab. I still prefer GitLab CI, but Concourse is nice as well. Someone asked how many are active in the call right now. So we have 14 participants in this call, but there's 160 people working at GitLab. Some of which may be sleeping, but all of them are heavily invested in all of this. Many are also watching the same stream. So some people ask about specific features. If you feel that GitLab is missing a particular feature, we want everyone to be able to use GitLab effectively. In particular, if you're working in a large organization and you feel that there's things that are missing for you to bring your large team to GitLab, let us know. You can tell us here, but the best way to do it is to create an issue in our issue tracker and say, hey, I want this. And you can always send a message to one of us or tweet at us or whatever you want. Issue is always preferable. And we'll actually respond there to you and say, oh, if we're working on it, you will get an update. Someone in particular asked for code review abilities. We're also very interested in expanding that. Let us know what exactly parts you are missing. One thing that we know we could do a better job in is, for instance, the approvals feature. So we've been improving that over the past few releases, and we're adding more power to that feature. Another one is Squash that we are expanding. And it's hopefully coming in one of the next few releases, the next 2 months or so. So someone asked, how can I get involved with contributing to GitLab and associated projects? So if you want to contribute to GitLab, the open source project, without any employment or anything, start by checking out the repository and just read the README. You find it on gitlab.com. I will make sure to put the link in the chat in a bit. And just read through the README, and you will find links to everything you need there. The GitLab development kit, which is incredibly easy to set up. It's just a gem. You can find help on like what kind of issues can you attack, how should you work on issues. We have people working at GitLab that do nothing else but help people like you help contribute to GitLab. So you maybe start something, that will coach you and try to get you your code merged. We have not considered switching to Subversion. Different time zones, well, yeah, of course, they affect our work. We work asynchronously, so we try to write everything down and avoid occasions and ways of working that require us all to be in the same spot in the same time, or be that a video call or actually in person. Oh, this is a nice question. It's for everyone. So single big white monitor or double monitor? So I personally have a large monitor here, and then I have my MacBook mounted here. What about you, John?
Yeah, I've got a single large wide monitor. I have a 34-inch LG ultra high definition.
I've got a 27 and MacBook 30 inches.
So someone in a chat asked, why is the Jenkins implementation only for Enterprise Edition? And this is a good question. So as you know, we are a company, GitLab Inc., and we need to make a product that our customers can buy. So sometimes we have to make considerations. And what we did is we thought about whenever we have a feature that we have, and we have to decide, do we bring it to CE or EE, to Enterprise Edition or Community Edition? We say to ourselves, well, does this make sense for organizations with potentially 100 or more users? Then we say, okay, this is something we can bring to the Enterprise Edition. When it's smaller than that, or it's like more for everyone, then we decide, okay, we bring it to the Community Edition. And it's a hard choice to make. Yeah, so it depends on the feature. And for this one in particular, we figured it makes more sense. We see larger organizations using this typically, where smaller organizations, small teams, and startup typically use more modern CI tools. Another one is, are you using React.js, or are we planning to? No, we use Vue.js right now, and we're quite happy with that. I believe if you're interested in like the whole reactive flow, you can also do that in Vue.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of difference there. I think a lot of the decision was the license, because all of our code is MIT licensed. React's license did not allow for us to bundle it with our code and ship it.
So someone asked, your last commit to GitLab CE was 19 minutes ago. How often do you update? So GitLab, the software that you can download and install on your own server, we have every month a minor release. So that means that we go from 8.16 to 8.17. And every minor release, every month on the 22nd, we introduce new features, big changes. Once in a while, and March 22nd will mark the next occasion, we'll do a major release. So from 8 to 9, in this case it will be 9. We do patch releases very often because of security and bug releases. But our engineers that are committing code, they do that literally all the time. So you will always see code coming in, no matter what day or what time. That's in part because we're all around the world, but also because we have many contributors that contribute at various times. So yeah, whenever we can, basically. So someone asked, do we organize hack days for employees where they're free to work on whatever they see fit for the whole day? Well, we don't really track your time. So as long as you make sure that your responsibilities are taken care of, you're free to do whatever you want. So it doesn't fit very well with GitLab, these kind of things. And in particular, because a day is not really a thing in GitLab. Everyone is in a different time zone. We don't have an office. So it's hard to organize these things. Every 9 months, we do come together, and we are in a summit in a single place, and we try to have as many people as possible there. And then at those kind of occasions, you see that people do get together and work on different things. But usually it's GitLab related. So someone says, why you're not running the world of hosting code? Well, I think we have a lot of work to do to make GitLab.com very good. I think what we're seeing is that for a hosted solution, most organizations actually use GitLab, and mostly GitLab Community Edition, but luckily we also have many of our customers that are using GitLab Enterprise Edition. For a cloud solution, so GitLab.com being one, but Bitbucket and GitHub being others, we still have a way to go to make it better. We wanted to make it a little bit faster, and we want to make sure that events like this don't happen. So we're working extremely hard right now, and it's a big priority of us to make it better. And we're very happy to have such passionate fans as you all. John, everyone is very insistent about you switching to over-ear headphones.
John, you're muted.
So yeah, there's no love for in-ear drivers. I see. I mean, I know the Apple stuff is cheap, but I mean, I also have some real nice ones. I'll find my over the ear.
Conformist.
So someone's asking, when will the GitLab AMI for it is the AWS machine image be updated? I will send out a line and ask someone. John, you know it?
Well, so we're trying to keep it updated. Balasankar is our engineer who's working on that task right now, and he's working on the automation process of that. So just give us some time. I think we're partway there on the solution, so that we're working to do this so that when we actually have a release, we automate and push to all of the actual AMI zones, AWS zones with our new AMI. So probably another 30 days, and you can be on a reliable release schedule.
So some people are saying, I want compensation for this downtime, sticker for my laptop. So if you find us at a conference, then come by and we'll give you a sticker. So someone says, I have some experience running PG Pool. Can I share that experience somewhere with you? Do we have an issue where this person can comment?
Yeah, there are a couple of issues where we're discussing this. Everybody's
if you send it to me, I'll share it on the chat.
Yeah.
So as you might have noticed, we do our best to do everything as open as possible. So if you're interested in sharing any knowledge that you might have, you can always do that in our issues. Someone is asking, will we be at FOSDEM this weekend? I think we have some people there.
Yeah, Axel is going.
Ben too, I think.
Another good question is, where do most ideas for new features come from? Existing customers, issue requests, or various developers or employees? It's a whole mix of that. I think that is the best way to phrase it. We have a certain vision we want to realize with GitLab, and it always comes down to that we want to make it easy for you to build any kind of software or to collaborate on software. And it's not just building it, but it's also deploying it and maintaining it. And we know that there's a lot of powerful tools, Git being one of them, but Kubernetes, for instance, being another one. But we also know that they're still hard to use. And it doesn't make it easier that most of these tools are very loose and you have to connect them manually, and it's very hard to do that well. And by the time you set it all up, you have to be an expert in each of these tools. So we want to realize that vision. So many of those ideas flow from our vision related to that. And then, of course, we have many customers and many community managers and many people internally also coming up with ideas. It all flows down to our issue tracker, so you can just see all the ideas flowing there. It's a whole mix of those things. Why doesn't GitLab have a logo for the project? We do. Go to the settings. Is there anyone from Italy at GitLab? Yes, I think there is.
Yeah, Danielle lives in Florence, Italy. He just went to bed with, or actually, I think to feed his daughter. So we do have someone in Italy.
So why didn't we consider moving all the data to a React database?
That's a lot of work.
I think React, you can only do distributed if you use like an enterprise, a paid-for solution, right?
So RIAC is it's an implementation of the Dynamo paper, and it's basically a key value store, which means that the model is completely different, which means that we will basically need to rewrite GitLab completely.
So someone's asking, do we offer relocation? Well, we are remote only, so I would wonder where you would relocate to. Another good question comes from Liam, and he wants to hear, why did you decide to join GitLab? Brian, why did you decide to join GitLab?
Oh, you wait until my mouth is full and then you ask me. Because it's a challenge and it's a fun company. It's a great company. I mean, look at what we're going through right now. I mean, it's not like working for the government, that's for sure.
So someone asked, do we have any functional programming code running on GitLab? I mean, would Go fall under that? I suppose so.
Depends of what you think, how you identify functional. The style or a specific language?
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to say it. Or you can check out all the code and you can decide for yourself whether you think it's functional. No, Golang is not functional programming. I think we have like a sprinkle of Haskell running, but besides that, nothing else. So someone asks, ironically, can you share any of your I messed up production stories? I think today was one of those stories.
And you can always go to the infra issue tracker and just search for outage and have fun.
Yeah, but this one is the crown, I guess.
Nah, yeah. We didn't have time to create the issue yet.
So there was that question during the summit, was what was the longest downtime we've had? Is this the record now?
Yeah.
Yeah, the last one was I think in 2014, and the whole team was still in the Netherlands or Europe at least, and we were all sleeping while GitLab went down. At the time, we were just 6 people, so it was a little bit hard. Like it was harder to be super well distributed as well. People keep asking about the person that accidentally deleted the data. Nothing will happen to them. They are a really hard worker. They'll stay with us. Someone asked, how do you handle big data and analytics? I think our size of data is not yet considered big data. It's big in terms of transfer speeds, but not so much in terms of like querying and such. So we don't have to think a lot about things like MapReduce. Will anyone of GitLab be at LibsConf this year? I don't know. This is another interesting one. What do we use as a bridge, or do we use any bridge between Prometheus and Grafana?
No, Grafana supports Prometheus out of the box, so there's no bridge needed. You just add it as a data source and that's it.
How do we stay so blameless in terms of our post-mortem and transparent to customers culture as our company grows? It's the heart of our company. I think every single person that joins our company is indoctrinated with our way of defaulting to being open and transparent. It helps a lot in our way of working. It helps in terms of productivity. Just being able to say, just look it up in our handbook, and that person not having to ask for permission to access things and not hitting roadblocks all the time, that saves you a lot of time. So I think just maintaining that. And it also very much comes from the top. So Sid, the CEO, is extremely insistent on this. So how we're going to scale it is a good question. But are we going to do our hardest best to maintain that same culture? Yes, absolutely. So someone asked about Prometheus. Do we use push or pull? And I know that Prometheus prefers pull. Do we use pull?
Yeah. It's the only thing that Prometheus offers. It's pull, basically.
Prometheus, on the website, they have a really nice FAQ. They have a long written thing about this. I know that this in the monitoring community, this is a hot topic.
The pull versus push?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of religious talk. I mean, both solutions are good. You just need to pick whatever works better for you. There are trade-offs on each one.
Someone asked, have you used Elasticsearch or tried? So GitLab Enterprise Edition supports Elasticsearch. We're just not running it on gitlab.com right now. We are planning to do that in the future. But if you're using GitLab Enterprise, you can turn it on and you can search through all the code of all your projects at the same time. It's really cool.
Yeah, exactly. In the one of the latest releases of GitLab, there will be support for Elasticsearch 5, which is not yet entered, but it will be soon. So that will be pretty awesome.
The internet tells you that maybe you need to drink more coffee, Pablo, because you're looking a little bit tired. Or mate.
Long day.
So do you and your peers get to decide what features you add to GitLab, or is the decision from hiring team members? I think I'm usually the one that decides in the end, but everyone has their contribution. And if you have a good idea and you think it makes a lot of sense, and you are external to GitLab, then you can just contribute it yourself. And if you think it's also a good idea, you just do it. And if you're anyone else in the company, you speak up. That counts as much as any other voice. As I said before, we want to realize our vision with GitLab. So sometimes we make the decision to focus on one thing in one particular release and not focus on another thing. And that's always a hard choice to make. But if our end goal is to make amazing software, so if it makes a lot of sense. So if you want to hear GitLab speak at a particular conference, it always helps if you send us a tweet or something, or ask someone in particular that you think would be nice to speak there. We're not working in the same time zone. We're all in different time zones for the most part. So, story about the logo of GitLab. GitLab used to have a really creepy logo. It looked like an angry-looking fox, and then we decided at one point, okay, this should probably be something more interesting than a fox. So we said, okay, it's a tanuki, but we still had a really creepy logo. So we asked someone to design a logo for us, and they did an amazing job. We had a few different ones. We blogged about it, about the different choices, and we let Dimitri, who originally started GitLab, the open source project, choose in the end which one we ended up with, which is this one. So it's still a tanuki, but just a little bit more abstract than the old one. Also a lot friendlier and more colorful, I think.
Actually, another really good question. as a developer, when should we use git rebase or when git merge? What do you think?
You should not use git rebase unless you know extremely well what you're doing and you have a good reason to do it. But if you are a regular developer, there's pretty much zero reason to use git rebase. It's just not necessary. If you are, you have very strong opinions about the fact that your history has to be kept clean and linear, then you can think about using something like fast forward merging or something, but I would highly recommend against it. It just complicates things. Git does a really good job by just using the basic commands. It's my very strong advice. But this is a topic that is more opinions than facts. This is a nice question that maybe one of you can answer. How do you improve as a developer or maybe as a DevOps person? Do you constantly concentrate on one technology? Do you try to be very good at it? Or do you try different paradigms, different languages?
Read, learn. There's not a right answer. It really depends on what you're looking for. It really depends on what you want to learn. It really depends on what you find interesting. I use podcasts a lot. Okay, I'm gonna jump off, people. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Pablo.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
I'm actually heading out for dinner, sort of. And well, the backup is still running, so that's still okay. And I will be just in the call and we'll be right back.
All right, I'm going to do 5 more minutes of questions, and then either someone else takes it over or we just cut this off. Let's have a look. How did we react when we saw that the database was deleted? John, how did you react when you heard the news?
It's twofold. It's always scary to see one of your team members go, I just think I just ran RM on the wrong host in a Slack message. So it was one of those like give the oh crap moment. But then, like I said earlier, if you haven't done something like that in your professional life, just wait, you will. So it was one of those like, oh my God, that's horrible. And at the same time, like feeling incredibly empathetic for York at the same time, being like, oh, buddy, I know you feel bad about that, but we've all done it. And then, there was a brief period of this is horrible, and then an immediate clutch shift to now, how do we start triaging this to limit the damage, and how do we start working to recover this as quick as possible?
Someone is mentioning that the shared runners still seem overloaded or blocked and their jobs are not getting picked up. I think that's a matter of waiting. Probably there's a long queue building up right now.
There's a fairly large backlog right now on the shared runners. We're also investigating an issue right now where we're seeing a locking issue on the issues table that's creating some delay in the database. So we're investigating that right now.
Someone is asking, are GitLab enterprise repositories affected? So just to be clear, we didn't lose any repository data today. If you're using any kind of hosted solution, so you host GitLab yourself, be it Community Edition or Enterprise Edition, nothing happened to that. That's all still running. That's all still good. The only thing we lost is we lost about 6 hours of data in our databases that are things like projects itself, not the repository, but the project itself, issues, comments, maybe merge requests that were created. All right, that's it for me as well. I'm signing off. I've been online for 10 hours. Have a good day and night, everybody.
So should we wrap this call up or?
So somebody asked, where is GitLab hosted? So we're currently hosted in Microsoft Azure using the US East data center for Azure. So somebody asked what the specs were for our database server. So we use, our database server is a Microsoft Azure standard GS5. So that's 32 cores with 448 gigs of RAM and the ability to attach 64 disks. It's the largest in that computational series that Azure has to offer us. And that those servers constitute just what the database servers are. So Azure does provide some snapshotting. They don't provide database snapshotting. I mean, so we're not actually using Azure's SQL service. We're using our SQL databases running on Azure VMs. So we do take snapshotting. We had an issue with it. We're resolving that issue and working towards making that better. And then again, Puppet, Salt, Ansible. We use Chef as our management tool. This is monolithic. You lose a server and everything goes off. To a degree, yeah. But you know, when your only backend database server goes away, I'd like to find a service that like can sustain the sole source of knowledge leaving and the rest of the application running. We're working to make that a more robust process. Like I said, the current setup right now is a master-slave database replication process with automatic failover from master to slave. We were having issues with that, which is what started the troubleshooting event, which led to the downtime. We are moving to a PG pool methodology, though, so where we actually have a pool of Postgres servers that will serve behind so that we can just do failover that way. So Stephen Lamb asked, well, we thought about using Microsoft SQL Server as the back end. So previous comment there, GitLab is an open source product, and as such, we ship an open source database with it. We've standardized on using Postgres. So the database that we use to support this is something that we want to be able to be open source and to be able to include with the distribution of our product. So that's why we use Postgres. We ship it with the product in our omnibus distribution. And that's why we're that and not some other solution. Do you run GitLab HA? Yes. Or do you have a monster front-end server? So we run GitLab in an HA setup. We actually have HA proxies that sit in front of GitLab that distribute that load to a series of front-end workers. We have right now 20 different front-end workers that run the Nginx Unicorn Sidekick process chain for our environment. So we are HA in that sense. So Errol asks, are any one of the guys on camera right now the one who made the mistake? No, that person's not on camera right now. They were on camera earlier. They were helping in the restoration of the problem. So they were here. They were on the cameras. I don't know if we recorded this or not, but they're in the stream. So they were up and contributing to the restoration of the problem. With that, I think we're probably going to shut this down. It's been fun. We've got a different issue to investigate. I need to go get some lunch. So I think we've got this gracefully wrapped up. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for being part of this transparent process. And We'll see you all in the blog post where we write this up and seek to be more transparent and work to not have this happen again. So thanks.